Schaffner Road. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. Download the Lowe's app to get your home improvement playbook in your hands so you can get their team's expertise anytime. Download the Lowe's app to find what you need today.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 689-305-2853. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 689-305-2853. That's 689-305-2853.
The check is good, the experience is smooth, and the reviews online are wonderful at GiveMeTheVin.com. They don't call us America's best car buyer for nothing.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product and don't know what to do next? Inventors, InventHelp can help you get started with your idea. Call 1-800-INVENTION or go to InventHelp.com to get your free inventor's information. They can help you try to patent your idea and submit it to companies. Get started with your idea today at InventHelp.com. InventHelp is the leading invention service company. With offices nationwide, they've been helping inventors since 1984. Inventors received more than 10,000 patents through their patent referral services. Don't wait to get started with your idea. For free information, contact your friends at InventHelp. Go to InventHelp.com or call 1-800-INVENTION. That's InventHelp.com or call 1-800-INVENTION. They help everyday inventors just like you. Additional services include invention websites, prototype models, technical drawings, and more. They keep your idea confidential and explain every step of their invention services. Remember, that's InventHelp.com. InventHelp.com.
Hey, Russ Rollins here. Did you know that in the United States, a heart attack occurs every 40 seconds? My goal is to spread the word about prevention and early detection and help save lives with Life Imaging FLA. I tell everybody about it. They do the scan for your heart and also for cancer screening. And my sister, she's battling stage 4 cancer right now, and she tells everybody, get a scan when you can with Life Imaging FLA. Early detection is a game changer when it comes to early detection of heart disease and cancer, so give them a call and get your free heart scan. Pick up your cell phone, dial pound 250, say the words free heart scan, you'll be connected in seconds. There's a few minimum requirements, but this is a $699 value that's definitely worth it. It's Life Imaging FLA. When you talk to them, ask them about cancer screening. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia. It's Life Imaging FLA. Pick up your cell phone, dial pound 250, say the words free heart scan, and talk to Life Imaging FLA.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do...
Let's play something, Grandma.
...became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisor. Visit TrajanWealth.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman & Lind Studios. Why Kaufman & Lind? Because clients and character matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers.
The News Junkie is on.
The three best friends you never knew you had, running through the most
most viral stories of the day. The news junkie Sean Wasson with Sabrina and C-Lane.
It is Monday, October 7th, 2024. Lots to get to today. From Hurricane Milton hits Category 4 to the new Joker movie bombs at the box office. And Elon Musk jumps with Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. Plus your calls, dispatches, emails, texts, and more. Hey there, Sabrina.
Hello.
Hello, C-Lane.
What's happening?
And hello to you. You can join us on the show today. All you have to do is send us a dispatch. Go to thenewsjunkie.com and record on your first dispatch right now. You can also watch the show on YouTube and twitch.tv/thenewsjunkie. Your message is rolling right into the studio in real time. Bless you, Sabrina. How's everybody doing on a Monday?
Good.
Something.
Not great. Let's be real. We're not great. We're not doing too great here. We got a big storm. Big storm headed our way. And the weird thing is, there's a lot of skeptics about this storm. I posted last night on the Facebook page, and I said, Milton to hit Category 5 in 48 hours, ? And all these people are like, where's this coming from? No one else is saying this. And
no one else is saying this.
In the post, I literally said, this is from the National Hurricane Center. It's like, it's not from like Dave's underground weather bunker.
Or is the left.
If Mike's weather page doesn't say it, then it's absolute bull S.
I love Mike's weather page. He's right to the point. But this very well could be the left controlling the weather again.
There's so many people like it. Folks, if I post something
I got into it with somebody a little bit about that last night, Sabrina.
Fun. Yeah. I'm ready to hear that story.
Manufactured weather is a really interesting conspiracy theory.
It's so funny because I literally, on the way in, was listening to Ryan Holmes tell this almost exact same story of him arguing with Facebook people about this stupid thing where people think that they're steering hurricanes at us.
Yeah, if we could steer hurricanes, wouldn't the United States steer hurricanes at like the Middle East or something?
Russia,
we would just somehow make it go beeline for Russia. I don't know if that's possible, but you know what I'm saying. There's a lot of people like this.
If we could steer hurricanes, would we ever have a bad Saturday?
No, I wouldn't think so, unless they just want to hit the red states or something, right? Is that the theory? That might be the thing.
That's right. They can't vote if they're dead.
A lot of that yesterday. A lot of people going, what's your source on this? I said, National Hurricane Center. We don't know if we can trust them.
Okay. Who are you supposed to trust at this point?
They're the people to trust. They know what they're doing. And then you have the opposite side of the coin, which a lot of those people seem to be from that Mike's weather page guy. We're like, we don't need to hype this up. We don't need to go with the doom and gloom. We don't need to go with it. This is fear-mongering. It's like, whoa.
Did you see
folks,
Helene?
It's not fear-mongering to say that the storm is going to hit Category 4, possibly Category 5 status, because it is. Now, the caveat is that after Milton hits Category 4 or Category 5, hopefully, fingers crossed, a lot of the science suggests it's supposed to tap the brakes and slow down a whole bunch before it hits Florida. But it is going to be very powerful.
By slow down, we mean like in intensity, not in movement speed, right? I need it to get here and get out of here. I need it to get here and go.
C-Lane's glorious wine vacation.
I have a Friday morning flight to Napa that son of a bitch, if this Milton thing comes in and screws it up.
This will be like your third vacation ruined by a hurricane, is it not?
Yes.
Always pissed about this.
I mean, I'd be upset too. It's very annoying, but the scheduling is wild.
I know you might be worried about the ability for your house.
I don't care about your house. I don't care about your pets. I don't care about your schools. I care about my vacation. And listen, I think a lot of people would agree with me that they care about.
Oh, here we go.
Them.
You scream at everybody, and then you give the line of, I think people would agree with me.
They would agree that the thing that people care most about is me.
I just saw
me,
the lower third,
but me, them.
Fox 35 said C-Lane's wine vacation hangs in the balance. They're focused on this.
Listen,
right?
it's in the ticker. It's not a lower third yet.
But when we talk to Amy Kay later, that's the first thing we're bringing up. Have you guys covered this story yet? Napa? Question mark?
We will be talking with our friend Amy Kay, of course, about the storm.
So. I texted her to make sure. I didn't know if they have to do extra coverage.
They're busy today, I'll tell you
Yeah,
what.
that's true. Yeah, they are more busy over there than they are normally. But we're going to be focused on this storm. Sorry to friends who are listening in other markets. We're not affected by this or via other states on the live stream. It's the biggest story in the country anyhow.
It is,
but,
They're covering it on national news. Everyone's talking
Come
about
on this
it.
journey with us.
Yeah. So we'll
see the hurricane from our point of view.
We will do that together. Of course, our friends in West Palm Beach and the Treasure Coast, you are in the same exact predicament. We're all here together looking down the barrel of a gun. And I was, I was thinking to myself, I said, Courtney's sister just moved to Florida. And like, is this what it always is like? Is this how it always? No.
But you will be initiated after this.
Yeah, this will be your entrance into the club here. And the other thing is, everybody's blaming this on me, too. This is not my fault, just for the record.
Why are you getting blamed? You did the voodoo thing like 3 years ago.
I said there has been a remarkably slow hurricane season, and
you don't say that.
And everybody said, you're tempting fate, blah, 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 blah. And then here we go now, 2 storms after that.
Wow.
So,
Sounds
not
like
my fault.
You do want to take the credit, though.
No, I don't want to take any credit for this.
I have the power, I'm sure.
I'm mad for once looking at this. I'm mad. I don't want to do this right now, but we have to. We don't have a choice. And I could tell you this, from the perspective of just listening to people over the last 24 hours, Floridians, I believe, are taking this seriously. I think it seems different than other storms.
Yes, there's no water or milk anywhere.
They are rushing the stores.
Anybody talk to ThinkPad yet? Try to convince him to leave? It'll never happen. Never happen.
He's right there in Tampa, right in the
St. Petersburg. He hates when people call it Tampa.
That's why I call it Tampa. That and I forget. So I hear people taking this much more seriously than storms of the past. There are a lot of people who are going to the store and getting stuff like toilet paper, which is the
We're going to take so many poops during this hurricane.
I have to tell you something. We went to Publix yesterday. And we started looking at all the shelves, and we said, wow, the canned goods hit hard. People are grabbing the water, of course. And then we go down the toilet paper aisle, and I take a look, and I go, okay, it's not so bad. And I turn around to walk away, and Courtney goes, what are you doing? And I said, there's plenty. And she goes, no, we have to get some. And I said,
so you
don't need to get the toilet
shelves.
paper.
How much toilet paper did you get?
Oh, I said, we don't need the toilet paper. The toilet paper is not, it's going to be fine.
I
This
only
is just
use
people.
4 squares.
And she goes, I'm not scared of that. I'm scared of the dumb people that are going to take all the toilet paper because they think all the toilet paper is going to be gone.
She's not wrong.
And it's the same outcome. So let's just get the toilet paper. We only got 6 rolls right now. So we got just one thing. We didn't go crazy.
One thing of what?
Well, just one big
6?
thing of toilet paper.
24?
No. I never know anymore because on the outside it says 46 rolls, but it's like 3-ply math. The toilet paper math.
Like,
all the rolls are double rolls.
12 rolls here, but it's worth like 75 rolls. If you
toilet
think
paper
about
math is really difficult. I don't understand
Sure
it.
is. Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. Let's
like
put our
math.
ears to the ground, our fingers at the pulse. Let's see what's happening in this great big wide world of ours. And we go to Wisconsin, and former President Trump, who's out there on the campaign trail, he may be considered a GOAT when it comes to opening show clips. And this is one of my favorites in a while. Let's listen in. This may remind you of something. You may get some deja vu here. But here is Trump in Wisconsin.
A coal plant a week. I don't like flies. Get out of here, fly. Never been a big fan of flies. You don't mind my bringing that up, do you?
Oh, my God.
Anyway, this is a very aggressive sucker, that is. This one. This one in particular is very aggressive.
I'm sorry, he's addressing an entire stadium
yes.
about a fly.
This one's particularly aggressive.
The left has sent another fly, but will not bother me.
He's struggling with this thing. And he's doing like little nonchalant swats to get it out of there.
A coal plant a week. I don't like flies. Get out of here, flies.
Get out.
Never been a big fan of flies. You don't mind my bringing that up, do you? Anyway, this is a very aggressive sucker.
Here.
That is.
It is strange.
This one in particular is very aggressive. Like I'm going to be aggressive for our country.
Thanks, Clay.
Full circle. I'm impressed.
It's like in his head, there's somebody grabbing the reins, like, get back to it. Get back to it. You're talking about the flies.
To be able to relate an aggressive one fly and go back around to him running for president of the United States one more time is, I applaud it. I do applaud it.
In case you also found that familiar, he once ranted about mosquitoes.
I don't like mosquitoes. I don't like those mosquitoes. I never did.
He demonstrated just now bringing it back to what he's going to do for the country. He demonstrated a talent that my 10th grade English teacher had, Miss Davis. She always she was always talking about, you better do your work. You got to do your work. And if you said something else, she would somehow shift it back into you doing your work. So she'd be like, and she called me by my last name. She'd say, Lane, what are you doing? And sorry, just walking around. You better be walking to your work. You better be walking around on your work.
All roads lead to work discussion.
Yeah. If you said, sorry, Miss Davis, I was just working, she'd be like, well, you better be working on your work.
Working on your work.
All right, we have so many things to talk about today, obviously.
That woman hated foolishness, too. She was anti-foolish. Stop the foolishness, Lane.
Milton is indeed a Category 4. Boy, was that fast. Went to sleep Category 1, woke up Category 4. And headed towards potentially Category 5 for a bit here. So everybody, keep it locked here on the station. We're going to let you know what's going on. As I said at the top of the hour, we'll have Amy Kaufelt on to talk about what the latest is with Milton, what to expect, et cetera, all these very important things to focus on.
I don't want to do it. I don't.
I don't either, but we have to. This one is one that's particularly annoying.
You guys going to sandbag?
No.
I saw covered on the news this morning a line around 2 blocks for the damn sandbags.
Yeah, some people
pretty remarkable.
In lower lying areas, I think they're more important. For me here, flooding generally speaking is not an issue, but I hate to do this. I don't like to do this, but I'm going to do it anyways.
Okay.
Hijack the show for a question that only pertains to me. I apologize in advance. I have a vinyl fence around my house. Okay. And
vinyl fence.
And I have a gate on the vinyl fence. And we had this one mystery, incredibly strong storm. Was not a hurricane, just very, very strong out of nowhere storm. And we went outside and our gate had pulled off the hinges and flipped upside down and twisted around. And
that's a Pussygate move.
I thought the Pussygate was done for, but I was able to put it back and everything seemed fine. And
a little bit of tape.
Yeah, I had no tape, just a couple of marks, and I think a couple of the screws fell out.
Maybe this storm will just fix it.
And well, the second storm that just went through, the hurricane that just hit us, which we didn't get much from, I go out there after the storm, and the gate is all screwed up again. It's pulled down and hanging off a little bit. And I go, I'm going to fix that. All right, I'm going to get out there and fix that. And then my lawn guy came, who I already feel like I don't pay enough. He's a great, hardworking gentleman.
Now, you say I feel like I don't pay him enough, but have you given him a raise?
I feel like it would be almost awkward to give him a raise, too, because I can't talk to him. And then he would just be like, you're overpaying me. And then I go, no, I'm trying to pay you more. And he'd be like, I didn't ask for more, but I want to give him more. And not only does he show up, but then I had forgot to fix the gate, and he repaired the gate while he was here.
Okay, now you have to give him a bonus, dude. Come on.
Just tip him. You don't tip your lawn guy, do you?
I don't know.
Just give him. I will write out phonetically the translation for no. I want you to have this. He deserves a bump in pay for fixing the gate.
If I just put tip on a little extra,
but wait until after the hurricane, because if that door flies off, he didn't fix it that well.
Look, it's not on there perfect, is what I'm saying. So fence people, all right, and otherwise scientific people, scientific-minded people,
scientists and fence people.
I have a drill, and my theory was the best bet would be to unscrew the gate from my fence. Take the gate inside, wait till the storm's over, screw the gate back on the fence. However, I don't know what the science is there. Am I opening up this big alleyway along the side of my house where the wind can get in behind the fence, and that will be worse? So gate yes or gate no is my very selfish question that I'm asking today.
I'm no science gate person. However, I do believe it would benefit you to just take the door off as to not cause more damage.
I don't want it to fly through the window or something.
No, by no means.
Yeah.
And then I think it will create some sort of tunnel, but at least the door's not there because it would have just flown off. It is. I mean, this is third time's a charm if you leave the door on.
Yeah, it's not doing well. There's only half the screws keeping that thing in
Lane,
right
any
now.
thoughts on gates or science?
I say leave it up and
see what happens.
Cross your fingers.
All right.
All right, let us know what you think about all this and everything happening. Are you scared? Do you think this is going to be a nothing
yes,
burger?
Scare no.
Let us know. Go to thenewsjunkie.com and hit record on your first dispatch
Damn it,
right now.
Have my upvote. Silent Coda says I'm on the fence about it.
Oh, well done. Well done.
Quick break. When we return, we'll hear from you with those dispatches. We'll talk about how Joker did at the box office. Spoiler alert, not very good, but just how bad was it? That and so much more coming up next on the News Junkie.
Sure, you could use it to work out.
Are you ready to work together to create a healthier life?
Or you could just say, Alexa, play Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Travel with caution this morning. A vehicle fire is blocking multiple lanes northbound and southbound on Highway 1792 between Lake Avenue and Maitland Boulevard. Authorities have moved that accident off to the shoulder now on I-4 westbound at Kirkman Road. There's an accident on Kirkman Road where it meets Conroy Road, and authorities are still working on that accident on Orange Blossom Trail at Land Street. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Batteries Plus. At Batteries Plus, you'll find trusted, dependable, fully charged batteries for your car or truck. Plus free battery testing and expert installation, too. Life's waiting. You have places to be. Power on with Batteries Plus. Over 700 locations nationwide.
Hey, Leesburg, get ready for an evening of fun and excitement this Friday from 5 to 9 p.m. Join us at Town Square for live music featuring the incredible Miguel Larson. But that's not all. Experience the magic of our evening market on 5th Street. Browse unique finds and tasty treats. Grab a drink, ice cream, or savory snack from one of our downtown establishments as you stroll and discover Leesburg. Mark your calendars for this Friday. Discover Leesburg. Go to Leesburg Special Events on Facebook for more info.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help that often requires only simple maintenance. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello from A1 Garage Door Service. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. Call A1 Garage Door Service today.
A1 from day one. Buying a house or selling yours? The Nickley Group makes it as easy as ABC. And 1, 2... Oh, and fast, too, because the Nickley Group can get a guaranteed cash offer on your home today. Just visit thenickley.com.
October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. As the leader in identity theft protection, LifeLock reminds you to update your passwords. Using the same password across multiple accounts makes you vulnerable to cyber criminals. Updating your passwords is only one way to help protect yourself. For comprehensive identity theft protection, you need LifeLock. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes issues that arise. Start protecting your identity today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Education doesn't just take place in the classroom. There are many ways children of all ages can learn about sustainability and the environment at home. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Earth for a list of resources, activity guides, and toolkits that are educational and fun for the whole family. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Is it a cold, allergies, or could it be a sinus issue? Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you find out. A recent study has shown that 45% of patients who suffer from allergies also suffer from chronic sinus issues that are often left untreated. So ditch those nasal sprays and over-the-counter meds for good and find a solution that actually works. The specialists at Aspire Allergy and Sinus make it easy by identifying the problem and creating a custom plan to tackle it. Go to aspireallergy.com to schedule your appointment. That's aspireallergy.com.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Sunnyside Air Conditioning.
Oh, hi. My air conditioner is blowing hot.
For air conditioners making a funny noise, press 1.
No, it's...
Try to listen to the whole message before making a selection.
Sorry.
For air conditioners blowing cold, but not quite cold enough, press 2.
No, it's blowing hot.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Well, can we speed this up?
Don't get grumpy with me, or I'll take you back to the main menu.
No, anything but that. Please don't send me back to the main menu.
Fine, but I'm watching you.
Bet if I'd called Frank Gay, I'd already be getting my problem solved.
But you didn't call Frank Gay. So, what shall we do now?
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When your air conditioner is blowing hot, you need a solution now. A helpful operator to guide you, all your options explained, and your problem fixed fast. That's the Frank Gay way.
If you're ready to pull your hair out, press 7.
Ah! That's the Frank Gay way. FrankGayServices.com.
The Hilton Orlando Altamont Springs and Twin Peaks Altamont present the Rockers for Knockers Car Wash. Saturday, October 12th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Hilton Orlando Altamont Springs. Benefiting the American Cancer Society and making strides against breast cancer. The Twin Peaks ladies will wash your car with all proceeds going to charity. Every wash qualifies you for a chance drawing for prizes from Twin Peaks. Even concert tickets from this radio station. The Rockers for Knockers Car Wash, Saturday, October 12th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Hilton Orlando Altamont Springs, 350 South North Lake Boulevard in Altamont.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Coffee Shop Radio, acoustic rock, and the greatest singer-songwriters of the 90s to now. All night, come on.
Send him your tips and your deepest, darkest secrets. Email tips at the...
Appreciate you, and we will be the spot that you could go to for all things you need to know ahead of this hurricane, wherever it is going to hit. Hurricane Milton coverage will be pretty much widespread here throughout the next several days, but we're going to have some fun. We got a lot of other things to do in the meantime. Real quick, I would like to rant about something, and I don't know if this is a trick, if they're pulling a trickaroonie on me or what's happening here. But I've been getting an onslaught of spam text messages. Very annoying.
Many.
Cannot get away from them. And generally, I hit the report is junk button on my iPhone, which is kind of nice because it supposedly reports it and then it deletes the message off of your phone. But the message I just got during the break, you know, it usually says text stop. to end communication or to not get any further message. It said text abracadabra to be removed off any further text messages.
Okay, so this might be a human that's messing with you?
No, this is a robot. It's a string of text.
Abracadabra. What was the subject?
Healthcare. It was about healthcare. It said, if you want to know more about healthcare benefits, blah, 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 text abracadabra to opt out of any further messages. And I
Definitely
said,
don't text them that.
Are they required to do stop? Is stop a requirement to have that? Or can they put any word that they want to cease communications?
Honestly, I think all of that's BS. I think that once you text stop, it still, for some reason, engages them more.
Like this
That's
never
why I
works.
like the report junk and delete.
Yeah, but it hasn't been working for me. I mean, maybe it's working on the other side, but I just keep getting these messages.
You end up playing just whack-a-mole trying to get all of them to, not text you anymore. I got one, I think, during the break, too. Christopher, this is Connor reaching out. There's an important amendment to the Florida Constitution of the Florida.
We've tried 6 times to talk to you. Sad face.
Get the hint then. Chase on YouTube says, report is junk doesn't do anything, LOL. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me on the other side of my report is junk tap that nothing is happening. I want to believe computers are doing something over there, for God's sake. Okay, there was a big failure at the box office once again this weekend. And no, I'm not talking about Megalopolis, which I think might have dropped out of the top 10. Megalopolis is just a giant, colossal fart of a movie. This movie...
Francis's accountants are losing their mind. He's like, please, I just need $120 million of my own money. This is going to skyrocket.
Do we know how much money Francis Ford Coppola has? Like, was the 120...
Everything?
No, I mean, was it a big chunk out of his wallet?
No, he got like a loan on a vineyard that he has or something. He's got that kind of money. But the reason why nobody wanted to make that movie was because clearly it sucks. And it's really not drawing in anybody. I only have the top 9 in front of me, but I don't even know if it's in the top 10, this Megalopolis. Hilarious, though, that the only positive review I saw this weekend for the second Joker movie was from Francis Ford Coppola, who says that the creator of Joker Folie à Deux is always ahead of his audiences, and he's coming up with really amazing, creative, cutting-edge stuff. Both of you should hang out somewhere in a room where you can talk about movies people don't want to see, because this $190 million plus movie, that's just production costs, probably over $250 when you bring in all of the different marketing and other things that cost money. This movie that was supposed to see $120 million on opening weekend, and then $90 million, and then $70 million, and then, hopefully it makes $55 million, made $39 million at the box office.
Yikes.
It got a D-something cinema score. Everybody seemed to agree universally on one thing for once, that the movie sucked. It wasn't good.
Don't they have, like, focus groups for this ahead of time? They can go back to the drawing board for a second?
Here's the thing about that, Sabrina. They do have those. Guess what movie they decided not to do any screenings or focus groups on?
Joker 2?
Joker 2 Electric Boogaloo is the movie where they said, no, we don't need to do that. And for what I could tell, Warner Brothers felt like they were pinned against the wall. And the guy behind the first Joker, the director, he had made Warner Brothers something like $2 billion between Joker and the Hangover movies and all these other things. And he said, this is how I want to do this movie. And they said, we don't think it's going to be great. And then they said, well, he made us $2 billion. Let's just give him this stupid thing. Maybe they're right. Maybe all these people are right about it. They did all these rewrites, and Lady Gaga and Joaquin Phoenix think they're onto something. But it didn't work.
There was a lot of buzz way before it came out.
At the beginning,
I
people were
specifically
excited.
remember, we were just on the streets and saw Lady Gaga filming on the stairs of the courthouse, and she kissed some lady. And then, before I think the musical news came out, people were excited about it because the first one did so well. It's mind-blowing that this one ended up so bad.
I think the musical thing did not help them. I don't think most people were looking for that, nor were they interested in that. But more so, people seem to be mad. And I'm not even talking about people who didn't bother to go see the movie. I'm talking about people who walked out of the movie afterwards and said, I did see it, and here's what I think.
It sucks.
the movie is an FU to fans of the first movie. And that's maybe the worst strategy I've ever heard in my entire life, because they made a movie about a terrible human being in Arthur Fleck or whatever his name is. And Arthur, who is thinking that he's this Joker character, becomes this cult hero in the movie. But they apparently thought there's no way people in real life are going to like this Arthur guy. But some people did. They were like, this is an interesting, dark character, because they like Joker, because Joker was always this kind of character. And the second movie was about how terrible this Joker character is. They got the twist ending, which I'm not spoiling for you once again.
Thank you.
And a scene in prison that everybody's reacting to. It just fell flat. It did not work out. And in second place was The Wild Robot, which I continue to hear really good reviews for. It seems to be a sweet movie. I'll watch that at some point. Beetlejuice was number 3, Transformers 1, number 4, and Speak No Evil still in the number 5 spot. Number 6, strangely enough, Sam and Colby, The Legends of Paranormal. It was only in 302 theaters. It made $2.1 million, which is, again, more than Megalopolis. I guess that's 2 YouTubers. I do not know them. Sam and Colby. I guess they're ghost hunter YouTubers who had a movie in theaters.
No clue. Sam and Colby.
I don't know. Sam and Colby, The Legends of Paranormal, $2.1 million this weekend, just outside of the top 5.
That's not on my list.
It's not?
Yeah. Oh, wait, what list are you? Where?
From Deadline. The box office list from Deadline. Yeah, it says Sam and Colby, The Legends of Paranormal from XPLR Productions, only in 302 theaters, but made $2.1 million, which is pretty good money. I didn't watch any of those this weekend, but I did watch a movie that has a lot of people talking online now. Let me see. I don't know what platform it was on. You know how confusing that is nowadays. The movie is called It's What's Inside. Did you guys hear anybody talking about this yet?
No.
All right. It's called It's What's Inside. Okay, it's on Netflix. I just wanted to confirm. It's on Netflix, and the basic overview of it is a pre-wedding reunion descends into a psychological nightmare for a group of college friends when a surprise guest arrives with a mysterious suitcase.
Ooh.
And so I said, oh, that sounds kind of interesting.
I brought drugs.
A low budget film for Netflix, cost them $2.5 million to make. I don't know if I recognize any of the actors in it, but everybody does kind of a good job. But the thing that happens is, I'm going to tell you just a basic thing about the plot. This is not a spoiler, really, unless you're really spoiler averse and sensitive. So It's What's Inside. The basis of the plot is, there was this friend group that is reuniting before this wedding. And one of them was estranged because of some things that went down in college. And he went off to be this tech guy, and they didn't talk to him since then. And at first I swore that they were calling him Gay Boy. And I go, that's pretty strange for 2024. Why are they all shouting Gay Boy at him?
Gay Boy.
Then I realized they're saying Game Boy, and he loved to play games. That's what this guy was into, this character who had some bad blood with his friend group. And so he shows up.
Gay friends that say Gay Boy.
He shows up at this pre-wedding party, and he's got this mysterious suitcase. And the suitcase is his ultimate game. And tell me how cool this would be. Courtney said, "You're nuts, Sean. I would never, ever, ever try that. But I want to know if you would try this, okay?" They all sit around a table, and they connect these tiny little things to their temples to play this game.
Okay, now I've seen the trailer or a clip.
Have you? Okay.
Just that part.
So it's all these friends, like let's say there's 8 of them, and they're all around the table with this suitcase that's a game, and they've got these things on their temples, and the guy goes 3, 2, 1, and he hits a button, and everybody at the table's face looks like, whoa, what the hell? And the game is, it switches you into another person at the table's body.
Okay, this is giving me Talk to Me with the hand that they brought to a party, and then you switch with a dead person.
A lot of similar vibes there. But you switch bodies with somebody else at the table, and the game is you have to find out, you have to guess who's in whose body. So let's say you, and Sealand are all at the table. Boom, we all switch bodies, and I have to guess, is Sabrina in Sealand's body right now? Or is Sealand in Sabrina's body? I got to guess who that is. One thing that comes up is, you can imagine that could be a very hard movie to follow.
Yeah.
When you get layers deep into the characters, you're like, who is? They do an okay job at that. But at one part, there's a sex scene and you go, I have some moral questions about this. If you are inside someone else's body, having sex with somebody else inside somebody else's body, there's some wrong things that are happening here.
But
You're not supposed to do this.
This moral question has been brought up in other movies. Like
body swapping?
The body swapping, if you're watching it
Freaky Friday
PG,
style.
Freaky Friday didn't have sex, but there was like some dating storyline. But I remember it was like...
Are you going to the bathroom in my body? Those kind of like privacy things.
Like the...
Oh, wait, there's a Ryan...
Jason Bateman and Ryan Reynolds.
That's the movie where he almost has sex with somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
then a Hot Tub Time Machine where he calls what would be his wife in the future, and it's an 8-year-old. And he's crying.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah, that is funny, but weird. Moral question.
The movie is about that, and people were arguing about all the moral implications of switching bodies and having sex and stuff. But I said to Courtney, if we could have a game with 8 people and you switch bodies and you got to hide the fact that you're in somebody else's body so they don't guess it's you, that would be the greatest game in the world. I would be so excited to play that game. And I don't mean that at all from the perspective of, ooh, I'm going to be in a woman's body and I'm going to
touch my own boobs.
I would say set ground rules. Everybody stays in the same room. Nobody touches themselves, or whatever you want for ground rules. But just to play that game would be fun.
What body you were in 2 seconds.
How do you think you would be able to tell?
Because I know your personality well enough. I think
but I would be actively hiding it. I would be actively hiding my personality and trying to act like the other one. Like
I do believe I still could do it.
If I was C-Lane, I'd be nonchalant about everything.
All right, be C-Lane then.
Yeah,
and
be me right now.
Go ahead.
I'd be like, man, I looked really good in that photo from Universal Studios that you guys didn't look so great in.
Okay, Sean, I can tell that's you in C-Lane's body.
I'm telling you, I'd be good at it. I'd be good. I'd hide it so well.
And if you were in my body, go ahead.
I don't know what things I would say, but I would be careful. And the careful is the key thing. But would you play that? If they came up with this game, that would be so crazy if they pulled this off. Lori on YouTube says, Sean definitely wants to touch himself. It's not about that. I just think it would be a breakthrough. It would be, I get bored when people talk about games. I think most games are boring. You want to play some apples to apples? You want to play Monopoly that we're not going to finish for the 91st time when the storm goes through? No, you know what's cool to play when the storm goes through? The thing where you play body switcheroo. That is a cool thing. That is something fun to do right there.
But then it gets into the wrong hands, man.
Oh, it was interesting. I know it's not, because there's like Freaky Friday type movies, it's not totally unique, but I hadn't seen anything quite like that. And I thought it was kind of a fun just premise for a movie. If you saw that, let us know what you think. Go to thenewsjunkie.com and hit record on your first dispatch right now. Sean says, tired of body switching movies. There's 11 billion of them. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait. Count to 11 billion of body switching movies. There's 12 tops. 12 tops. There's not 11 billion. I know that. I know. We want to talk about who's exaggerating. Yes.
Hot Chick, Possessor, Family Switch, Freaky, the one with Vince Vaughn, Change Up, The Butterfly Effect, 13 Going on 30, Freaky Friday, Selfless, Skeleton Key, The Swap, Love Switch, 17 again, Big, Body Swap, Switched, Face Off. I can keep going.
Some of these
upon a star, vice versa.
First of all, you're never going to get to 11 billion, which is my point. But the idea,
there are a lot.
The idea that some of these are on the list, I throw some flags up in the air. Is Big really a body swap? I guess it could be, or is he just big?
He's big. He didn't switch with anybody.
He's swapping into an adult body.
But he didn't switch with another human being. He just got larger in his own body, and
so
a couple of them.
I mean, he still has to pretend to be someone else, but the someone else is not an already established person.
Right. Like, is Shallow Hal a body swap movie? I don't think so.
I mean,
right?
Your body is being
He's just turning into a different person inside his own body. There's
that Mel Gibson one,
there.
Doesn't he switch into a woman's body, or he could just...
No, he could just hear women. Yeah, he could hear women's thoughts, what women want, and then the sequel, What Men Want, which I don't think either one of those were massive
A+
successes.
cinema score.
Better than Megalopolis, better than Joker 2, Electric Boogaloo. Those ones just really rough for the last couple of weeks here. All right, let us know what you think about all that. We'll get some more updates coming up on Milton. We'll talk about this Elon Musk jumping around with Trump appearance. We got a lot to touch on. That is coming up next on the News Junkie.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio at 7, it's a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Brought to you by MyEternalVitality.com and Modern Plumbing Industries. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James Miguel and Ken. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner with your Fox 35 Central Florida forecast. All eyes on Hurricane Milton in the Gulf of Mexico, set to make landfall Wednesday night or Thursday on the Gulf Coast in the Tampa Bay region or south, bringing hurricane impacts to Central Florida. Inland areas like Orlando Wednesday night and Thursday with gusty winds over 60 to 80 miles per hour and what could be flooding rains. Otherwise, showers for today and tomorrow out ahead of the system and highs close to 80 degrees.
This report is sponsored by Volt Home. Go solar with Volt Home, a Sonova dealer. Empower your home with clean, affordable energy right from your rooftop. For more info on special offers, dial pound 250 on your cell and say keyword Volt Home. That's pound 250 Volt Home. You have the option to receive a one-time automated text message from iHeartMedia.
Guys, you got to know about Blue Chew. Why? Because this is the ultimate hack for the bedroom, and you could try this out if you've ever been curious. Wait till you hear the deal that I have for you. It's got the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. It's a chewable tablet. They are really, really easy to get because it's an online prescription service, so you don't have to go to the doctor's office. There's no awkward conversations. It's all done online, and you don't have to wait in line at the pharmacy. It goes right to your front door in a discreet package for you to try out in the bedroom. Their licensed medical providers work with you. They find the right ingredient, the right strength for you, and the special deal is just almost too good to be true. But I assure you this will work for you if you want to try this out. You can try Blue Chew free when you use the promo code TNJ at checkout. And you'll be paying just $5 in shipping. $5, that's it. And you'll be able to try out Blue Chew. Go to BlueChew.com, hit the promo code TNJ, and you get your first month free. This is the performance enhancer for the bedroom. You can learn more at BlueChew.com.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative NBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Good news if you're considering a reverse mortgage. Rates have improved again this week. Get a same-day quote at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Attention active adults looking for a place where every day feels like a vacation? Discover what it's like to get spoiled and stay healthy. Join us Saturday, October 19th from 11 to 3 at Del Webb Sunbridge for your chance to experience the ultimate social lifestyle for 55 plus living. Enjoy food, drinks, DJ, and fun while you explore 7 model homes and our world-class clubhouse with resort amenities. Don't miss out. Visit DelWebb.com/Sunbridge for more information with new homes from the mid-300,000s. DelWebb.com/Sunbridge. See you October 19th.
New South Window lives southern weather. We prioritize keeping your family and your home comfortable all year round. That's why our energy-efficient windows and doors are made, installed, and guaranteed for life.
Save 35% off. Visit newsouthwindow.com/radio.
Have you heard about lab-grown diamonds and maybe considering that option for your engagement ring? Before you go down that road, get the facts at International Diamond Center.
I could not sell a lab-grown diamond to one of my customers and feel that I gave them something that has retention of value.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire says he won't sell you a lab-grown diamond because they're being mass-produced by the millions.
Come on, I'm no rocket scientist, but you know the value can't be there.
Keith says even though the lab-growns appear to be inexpensive, a lot of retailers are still making obscene profits on them, buying them cheap and then marking them up 6, 7, even 800%.
I do not want to make extra money on selling a lab-grown. I'd rather take less profit and sell Mother Earth diamonds.
Don't make a mistake you might regret later. Get the facts from the area's trusted diamond experts at IDC.
I'm just trying to warn people what's coming. I can't sell a product I don't believe in.
International Diamond Center. 4 Orlando locations and online at shopidc.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations for you to explore right now, like Coffee Shop Radio.
Bad habits lead to you. Yeah, they were all yellow.
Just search Coffee Shop Radio and listen now on your free iHeart app. Free never sounded so good.
So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A., copyright 2024.
This earful of Rail Radio is sponsored by RC Hill Mitsubishi, Highway 1792 in DeLand.
The only radio show strong enough to fight off a Category 5 hurricane.
You look like you're panicking over there. What's happening?
I was hearing 2 different things at the same time, and then I looked back.
This is the second time I've seen you panic today.
Well, the first time was because I'm supposed to have a mute button that did not work when I coughed at the beginning of the show. So that was my first panic, thinking that the buttons are broken. Second panic, heard 2 different clips. I'm also editing a treat for the next episode.
Oh, okay.
A little teaser. They isolated the audio, the mic audio for Perry from Jane's Addiction during that big fight.
God.
It is wild to listen to.
That's coming up about an hour from now on the next episode. A little less than that, you can catch that. Quick note for everybody, and this has never happened before. It's not a last-minute message if you're wondering, but I just talked to the printers. And with the storm coming this week, they can't rush into production with the shirt right now. So what we're going to do, you'll still get the shirts very likely next week. And I apologize, but obviously you'll understand the delay, what with a massive hurricane heading for us right now. I don't think they're going to subject their workers to printing a whole boatload of shirts right in the middle of that. But what we can do to make the most of it is I'll just leave it up. I'll just leave it up there if you want to squeeze in before everything closes up. We're pretty much at the status that we need to be, but we might as well just leave the window open for this week. If you want to get your shirt, you can. And starting today, we'll start announcing 2 names a day that are going to be featured on the design.
And,
so
the names are the most patient people. And we appreciate your patience. I think some podcasters or people that didn't catch the show will be like, where the heck's my shirt, man? Just remember, hurricane.
Well, I mean, they wouldn't have got it now, but they would have started getting it the end of this week, early next week. And now it's just going to be the end of next week that almost everybody gets the shirts by. So I just wanted to throw that out there as a heads up and remind you, if you want to grab yours, you still can at thenewsjunkie.com. You'll hear us announcing those names as the show goes on this week, and it'll be one of many, 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 many ways to break things up with all the hurricane talk. And we will have that, of course. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening with Milton out there. And something else that I noticed, we were talking about how big of a box office bomb the Joker 2 movie is. And if you
I did see somebody on Facebook who liked it.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, there's going to be people who like it. You know why? Because if you look at the Rotten Tomatoes on that, it's still at 30%.
I just probably would like it more at home instead of going to the theaters.
I might give it a shot, at home, just for this reason. Just because people are saying it's that bad. I might give it, I probably wouldn't have given it a shot otherwise, but I might watch it just to see what an S show it actually is. And when you look at the box office for 2024, check this out with me, ready? Number one this year was Inside Out 2 so far.
Which is interesting considering it a sequel.
Yep. Keep that in mind.
Right.
Deadpool and Wolverine was number 2. Despicable Me 4, number 3.
Wow.
Dune Part 4, number 4. Godzilla X Kong, number 5. Kung Fu Panda, what did I say?
You said Part 4.
Dune Part 2 was in 4th place. That was what was confusing me. Godzilla X Kong, Kung Fu Panda 4, Bad Boys Ride or Die, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, Beetlejuice, Twisters, and Alien
These are
Romulus.
all remakes.
All of those are remakes. Every single one of the top 11.
Deadpool and Wolverine.
Still
They're
based
sequels.
on IP. Yeah.
Correct.
No new IP in the top 11 movies of 2024.
That's
and
interesting.
I ask you this question. Is that because
no one has new ideas?
Is it because people want to watch movies on existing IP, or is it because they're not creating enough new stuff, so this is all we have?
I think probably a little column A, a little column B.
Yeah, I think that they are creating, but the big wigs, big movie people know that nostalgia is the moneymaker these days. I mean, look at that. Why wouldn't they just ride that train?
Somebody says lots of animated features. 1, Inside Out 2. So 1, 2, 3.
Just
3
cheaper, probably,
4.
than paying actors.
Yeah, no, that's
minus
expensive.
The voiceovers.
Pixar movies are really expensive.
You think more expensive than Dune 2?
Dune 2 is very expensive to make, but
a lot of
it's
sand,
up there. Look up Inside Out 2 budget. See what it costs. Those movies take a really long time. That's one of the things that happens with those animated features.
200 million.
Okay, so 200 million. What Dune 2 is pretty epic on scale. I wouldn't be surprised if it was more than 200 million. But see what the Dune 2 budget was.
190 million.
Damn, right there. But that's a Pixar movie. Pixar movies are notoriously very expensive, but when it makes $1.7 billion, they don't really care about that all that much. So there you are. And we go over now to the rally this weekend. Big crowd in Butler, Pennsylvania. And one thing I really enjoyed as a headline was somebody said, Secret Service agents are on top of the sloped roof where the shooter shot Trump at the previous Butler, Pennsylvania rally. And I said, wow, great. I'm so glad that they did that.
Because if there's another shooter, they were going to go to that spot for sure.
If you leave the same rooftop uncovered and some other guy crawls up there and gets off a couple of pops at the president again, what the hell, man? That's going to be a real... Thank you for getting somebody on the very same rooftop.
I can't believe they did another rally at that same place.
He wanted to. And he did something. He ripped this off from Rush Limbaugh. Nobody's really connecting the dots, and I don't blame him. But Rush Limbaugh, way back in the day on his show, he got caught. You guys may remember this. He got caught doing drugs. He got caught popping pills, and it was a big National Enquirer thing, and it became big news. Rush Limbaugh on painkillers, blah, 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 blah. Here's all the things he said about painkillers before. Is he a hypocrite? Yada, yada, yada. And he said, it's true. These rumors are true. I've developed a pill addiction, and I'm going to go to a rehab. And he went away for a handful of months to a rehab to get clean. And then when he came back, he started with, where was I? On his show, and just kind of got back into things. And Trump at the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, put that same graphic up on the screen that was up when he got shot.
Well, he did that at the RNC, too.
Yeah, he did that there. He was like, now I can finally see the graphic and tell you about the graphic. So that's the bit he was doing. And there was a ton of people there in Butler, and Elon Musk was one of them for some reason. He's
very excited on this. Very excited Musk.
Yeah, he's up there jumping. He's trying to claim, and his supporters are claiming, that he was making fun of Tim Walz, who gets super excitable when he goes up on stage.
I mean, if there's anything Elon's good at doing is bits.
He's meme guy. That's what he does. He's meme guy.
Like that teddy bear
American astronauts into space. Come here.
He's on stage.
Take over,
jumping.
Elon. Yes, take over.
Take over. Take over, Elon.
Take over, Elon. What does he do?
I love his speech patterns. Occupy Mars shirt. All right, go for it.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA. Well, first of all, I want to say what an honor it is to be here. And
they got bulletproof up there in front of them now. Yeah, this time they got the bulletproof shields that they were having in front of the speakers.
Are the windows using the Cybertruck? Same glass?
I'm not sure if they match the glass up.
You know, the true test of someone's character is how they behave under fire.
Oh, I get it.
Yep. And we had one president who couldn't climb a flight of stairs, and another who was fist pumping after getting shot. Fight, fight, fight. Blood coming down the face.
Oh, my gosh. You remember, right?
Yeah.
He's like pointing over to Trump. Yes, I do indeed remember that. So he was on the stage there this weekend at their Pennsylvania rally. Now we're just doing rallies. And, Kamala Harris is doing a bunch of interviews finally. We'll talk about that a little later on in the show. Worth mentioning, Milton just upgraded friends to a Category 5 storm.
No. My God, within the hour?
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, that's fast, right? 24 hours, Milton Cat 5. Let me just make sure we can...
I got a notification about it. It did.
Okay, yeah. Here it is here. This is right before, I think. This is just before it went Cat 5, so let me go back. You got a push notification on that?
Mm-hmm.
Hurricane Milton hit Category 5 strength, and now we pray. And I don't say that lightly. I mean, now what we do is we hope that as all the models are projecting, that this slows down. Here it is right here if you want to take a look. Milton's at a Category 5, 160 miles per hour, still on the same track over the Gulf of Mexico. And we may get a little preview of this Hurricane Milton today, as it might clip the Yucatan Peninsula, which is hard to see, but it's right here. This is where the Yucatan Peninsula is in Mexico. And those folks are going to get hit by the southeastern portion of Hurricane Milton at a Category 5. It could be really devastating to some of these spots like Merida and Cancun even. And this is not what we've been dealing with. I just want to remind people over the last couple of days, there's been a rain event, and it's been kind of gross. Yesterday, you guys know, yesterday was gross. Oh, God. Just wouldn't stop. It was just raining on us all day long.
Actually, the rain that we have right now is coming in from the Atlantic. There's the other side.
Yeah, this is a separate thing. This is a rain event that we were facing, and not Milton. Milton, though, Category 5, winds up to 160 miles per hour. It is not even all the way where they expect it to be. They think it's going to get to 165 miles per hour. So a strong Category 5. This is not as strange as you might think it is. Some of you who remember stories like this, like I do, remember that I think Katrina, I don't know if it was officially announced as, or if in retrospect they determined it hit Category 5. Katrina was Category 5, high 4, low 5. And then right before it made landfall, it drastically slowed down. And again, when I say slow down, I mean the wind speed. So it went down from a Category 5 to, I think it was a 2 or so when it hit 3. I forgot. It's been so long at this point. But this is a strong hurricane, and it's going to get a little stronger than the 160 miles per hour it is now at a Category 5. And we hope now that we get the breaks. This starts to go down. Here's ideal. Ideal is this thing dissipates entirely. Now, that's pie in the sky. It's probably not going to happen. Could we get this thing dissipating down to a tropical storm? I don't know. Maybe. It's more likely that we get a Category 1 through a Category 3 according to the models.
Could we get the people from Twisters to put a bunch of sand in it?
Now's the time. Can we get that guy that often sends direct mail to the show to stop this thing. Somebody needs to do something. But Hurricane Milton now officially a Category 5. All right, quick break. When we come back, Amy Caulfield from Fox 35. That's coming up next on the News Junkie.
Real Radio is on X at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
There's bumper-to-bumper traffic on the roadways, heavy congestion approaching State Road 429. There's an accident on Florida's Turnpike's on-ramp to I-4 that is partially blocked. There's congestion at the ramp junction where the beach line meets Florida's Turnpike. A serious accident is closing off the off-ramp from I-4 eastbound to Maitland Boulevard. Just travel with caution. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Wawa. Wawa handcrafted beverages are just $3 or $4. From iced lattes to smoothies to a late-night milkshake. Get any handcrafted 16 or 24-ounce beverage for just $3 or $4. Gotta have a Wawa.
Frank Gay Services has something cool for you. Keep your AC running smoothly with our expert service. Experienced, professional, friendly, and speedy care that earned us thousands of 5-star reviews. That's the Frank Gay way. Visit frankgayservices.com or call for details.
You know who to call to face an icy new evil in Ghostbusters Frozen Empire at Universal Halloween Horror Nights. Select nights August 30th to November 3rd. Not recommended for children under 13.
Log on to realradio.fm/contest for your chance to win tickets to Universal Halloween Horror Nights.
We've all made questionable decisions in life, like that time that you frosted the tips of your hair. But hiring an attorney shouldn't be. I'm Orlando attorney Mo DeWitt, and we offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee on all injury cases. If you are not completely satisfied with the way we treat you in your case within the first 30 days, you can take your file back and you owe us nothing. No fees, no costs, and no questions asked. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Visit justcallmo.com.
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
We all think about buying a house instead of renting, right? But did you ever realize you're renting your electricity every single month? Yep, overpaying the power company and watching prices rise every year. This year alone, prices have jumped over 10%. Isn't it time you own your own power with Solar Source? I started with my pool heater going solar, and now I'm thrilled with Solar Source's pay-as-you-go system where I can save each month starting at only $99. Now, Solar Source isn't new to this game. They've been in business for nearly 40 years with the same phone number since 1984 and over 60,000 installations right here in Central Florida. They are the company I trust. Are you ready to stop renting your electricity? Switch to Solar Source today and start owning your own power. Switch to Solar Source today by going to solarsource.com/monster. Honestly, going Solar Source has been the best thing we've done all year. I absolutely love the company, and you save more money when you tell them you know Russ Rollins. That's solarsource.com/monsters.
Get ready for fall road trips with Pep Boys. Shop and save on newly reduced prices on hundreds of tires. Save up to $420 instantly on select Cooper tires. That's up to $300 in savings with buy 3 get the 4th free, plus $120 in savings with free installation. Don't miss this chance to save big. Buy 3 get the 4th free, plus free installation on select Cooper tires. Ends 10/20/24. Tire discount equals the retail price of one tire in a purchase set, excluding taxes. Terms and exclusions apply. Visit pepboys.com for details.
Is it a cold, allergies, or could it be a sinus issue? Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you find out. A recent study has shown that 45% of patients who suffer from allergies also suffer from chronic sinus issues that are often left untreated. So ditch those nasal sprays and over-the-counter meds for good and find a solution that actually works. The specialists at Aspire Allergy and Sinus make it easy by identifying the problem and creating a custom plan to tackle it. Go to aspireallergy.com to schedule your appointment. That's aspireallergy.com.
Fence Outlet has the largest selection of fencing options in the state with over 400,000 square feet of showroom and warehouse space. Get 0% financing for 12 months for your gorgeous new fence. Book your appointment online today. Go to fenceoutlet.com. License number C-10252 and C-10803.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Find out at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Radio. 104.1.
He's smiling, and that alone should scare you. This is
keeping you up to speed with what's happening with Hurricane Milton, and that is now a Category 5 hurricane that is very probably headed for the state of Florida. We want to make sure we keep you updated with the latest, and that's what we're going to do now. It is Monday, and it is time to hang out with our friend Amy Cauffield for Fox 35. There she is. Amy, can you hear us? There she is.
I can't. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Obviously, you got a big week ahead of you.
Why? What's happening?
You're staring down a big storm, and a lot of people yesterday, I think, were at first apprehensive about Milton. And some of them thought, this is fear mongering. This storm's not going to get that strong. Stop saying Category 5. Stop saying. Well, here we are. We don't expect, and I know the experts over at Fox 35 don't expect this storm to make landfall necessarily as a Category 5, but it's a serious storm. And what's your experience so far? For me, it seems like people are taking this seriously.
Yes, they definitely are. And I think, Sean, sadly, what we saw with Hurricane Helene and the amount of destruction that it caused, not only on the barrier islands over there by Tampa, but all the way up into the Carolinas, I think people have seen how dangerous these storms are, and they are seeing that, and they're doing what they need to do to get prepared for this one to come. Mm-hmm. And a couple things. So you mentioned that the meteorologists don't think that it's going to hit as a Cat 5, and they talk about basically that once it gets to the coastline, that it will slow down and perhaps hit as a Cat 3. But even as a Cat 3, it can cause, as you know, it's still a major hurricane. It can still cause catastrophic damage. Yeah. And the issue is really with where it hits, and this is something we talk a lot about because where it hits is so important. If it takes the same track that Helene did and it goes right through that Big Bend area, that is probably the least populated part of the Gulf Coast, right there, sort of just north of Cedar Key, in that Perry area. And if it does that again, which it could potentially do, because you have to remember the cone is just really the area where it could make landfall. Just because the center line goes right through Tampa and in Orlando doesn't necessarily mean that's where it will hit.
It could go above, below.
Sure, it could go above or below. And so that's, we don't know at this point. And I think, as you guys have seen with every storm we've had until now, up until, the day before Helene, we thought for sure that it was going to be catastrophic for Tallahassee, and it didn't end up being that way. And with Irma and with Ian, Charlie, they've all take this little bobble, it seems right before the storm is about to make landfall. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is tricky. And it makes it very hard for meteorologists to predict what it's going to do. And a lot of it has to do with this, front to the north of us. And there's just so many things that factor into it. We really just have to be patient and wait and see.
What was interesting to me, Amy, was hearing that a lot of people are fearing that if there's a direct hit in Tampa, it could be very, very, very bad. And I was surprised to read that the last time Tampa got hit directly with a hurricane was 1921.
I saw the same thing. And I swear they just got hit.
Yeah,
a bunch.
I did too, but I think they're saying just direct hit. So they must be being very specific about that.
Like the eye goes over Tampa.
And I guess it's supposed to be one of the softest spots where if you got hit with a serious hurricane, there could be really, really big damage. And that is a possibility here. But it seems to me what you're saying is we could go anywhere from where it went during the last hurricane or down to South Florida. We're going to know more in the next 24 hours.
That's right. And even like Fort Myers, you guys, and think about, how badly Fort Myers just got hit 2 years ago. Some of those folks down in Fort Myers are still recovering from Hurricane Ian. So, and we had a lot of damage from Ian here. And you remember Ian went all the way through over to Volusia County and caused all kinds of damage in Volusia County 2 years ago. And then we were hit with that rare November storm, Nicole, that actually hit on November 10th. And again, even though these storms come in on the Gulf Coast side, they still cause a lot of damage on the Atlantic side. I mean, you remember with Hurricane Nicole, there were houses in Volusia County on the coast that were falling into the Atlantic. I mean, and so it's so hard to predict. In this particular case, this storm is taking such an odd and rare, as you mentioned, not for 100 years has a storm, made a direct hit on Tampa. This is a very rare way for the hurricane to hit us, right? We're not accustomed to them coming in this direction. So the whole thing is just kind of wonky. And I think all the meteorologists, the National Hurricane Center, everybody's just trying to figure this out with the technology we have. But Brooks made a good point this morning. He said, think about that 100 years ago. The only way they would know that a hurricane is coming is if ships would send in basically telegrams or code from the sea. Isn't that incredible to think about how far we've come? At least we're able to plan.
Oh yeah, it saves millions of lives. All the technology, and that's why people can tune to a place like Fox 35 and know ahead of time what to expect. Almost exactly. One thing that was also of note to me was we didn't get too many of those Hail Mary models. When you see all the models of the projected pass over the state of Florida, almost all, I think every single one of them is going over the state of Florida. I don't know that anything goes, maybe.
There's not a straight piece of pasta that has it going up to Alabama.
No. I always like those prayer models where you say, maybe it goes somewhere else. It looks like they're kind of in agreement.
No, you're right. That's a good point, Sean. And I just want to talk a minute about debris, because even though we didn't get hard hit here in Central Florida from Helene, we still have a lot of storm debris. And I know in my neighborhood, it's, there's storm debris that has not been picked up since Helene hit. And that's been over almost 2 weeks now. And so if you still have storm debris in your neighborhood, or you have had it out on the curb, hoping for a prayer that someone's going to come by and pick it up and they haven't picked it up yet, it's probably a good idea to remove that and take it and put it either in your garage or maybe on the side of the house and tie it up. Maybe you can tie it up with some twine or some kind of wrap just to keep it from, going all over the place, because we are going to get significant wind and rain here, no matter where it goes. If it goes a little south of us, if it goes a little north of us, we're still going to get some impact from it.
I just brought all my stuff out this,
you did
2, maybe 4 days ago, right before this became an actual hurricane, where I'm like, all right, we're going to decorate for Halloween. Chairs back
your decorations.
And everything's going right back in. But obviously for safety.
We had to yesterday take the 12-foot skeleton and put him inside the garage.
Oh, no.
And probably a good move.
Bunker.
Yeah, that's you bring up a really good point, Sabrina, because a lot of people do go all out with their decorations. And so if you've already done that, can you imagine some people spend, days on end putting all their decorations out. So if you've you definitely should bring it back inside. I mean, the pumpkins will get blown away. There's no doubt about it.
Man, the people on the coast, like I've been following our old sales manager who lives in St. Pete Beach, and basically 3 days ago posted a picture of all of his stuff that they had to remove from the house because of Helene, and they just got his house cleaned out, and now he's like, all right, headed up to Orlando to wait out Milton, but it would come back to even worse devastation.
I heard a story about that last night. I was talking to this woman, and she said a friend of hers lives over on the West
Courtney,
Coast.
By the way?
No. And she said, I know somebody who their house, the water was all the way up to about a foot from the ceiling, and everything was just ruined in this house. And I want to use this story to make a point here, something that everybody should consider. She said she had to get rescued, this person, her and her husband had to get rescued out of their house. And they came over and said, all right, we got to get you out of here. And these people said, all right, well, we got all kinds of animals. And they said, we can't do that. Yeah.
Well, then I guess I will just stay at my house.
They said, we can't do that. There's nothing we could do about that. And they lost their animals in the aftermath of that storm. So find out what you're going to do with yourself for a plan, and then find out an emergency plan that you're going to do if something goes wrong with your pets too. It's important that we have all those things checked off. They wouldn't let them do it. She said these people had like iguanas and dogs and cats and all kinds of stuff in one house.
And Sean, you bring up a really good point. We've been taking the governor's news conferences throughout, even during Helene and now into this storm. And there are pet-friendly shelters in every county. Mm-hmm. So you make a very good point. Do your due diligence and find out what the pet-friendly shelter is in your neighborhood and make sure that you are there with your pets if you think there's any remote chance you're going to have to evacuate. It's just not worth it. And how horrible to lose your pets in such a way. That's just sad.
Oh.
The other thing, too, as you guys know, is that there are going to be mass evacuations likely on those barrier islands in Tampa. If anybody who's still there and within that storm surge area, they are going to be coming inward. And so anticipate there's going to be a lot of extra traffic. Don't wait to the last minute. If you have things you've got to get done, because I-4 is probably going to be a bit of a nightmare over the next 24 hours. The hotels probably in Orlando are going to be pretty booked up. I know Rosen Hotels is one chain that is offering discounted rates. They do that. They did that during Helene too, which is nice. So people don't feel like they're getting taken advantage of. So, and a lot of times they'll let you bring your pets there too.
Yeah. Celine was just running into that a little bit earlier on in the show, seeing that hotels are filling up even around the HQ at iHeartRadio. People are saying, all right, this is where we're going to ride this thing out. So if you want to make that move, be smart about it and go now. Let's go behind the scenes a little bit here, Amy. When I was talking to the very same person that told me that unfortunate story about pets, she had said the place that she works at is very, very terrible at scheduling for storms. In fact, they said on Wednesday they will not be open in the morning, but they will be open at night, which is very surprising scheduling to me.
Revisit that schedule.
That probably won't work so good.
What are the next 3 days or so look like for you? I imagine when you see this sucker coming, it's like, all right, Amy, here we go. What does it look like for you?
So we're going to go into what we call 12 on, 12 off shifts. And so we will start that potentially tomorrow. It just kind of depends. Right now, it doesn't look like the storm is going to make landfall until maybe Wednesday night. It's slowed down considerably. It's only going 8 miles an hour. Mm-hmm. So right. So I know, which is the worst, right? There's nothing where I'd almost rather it's like moving fast, right? Kind of like Charlie speed back in 2004. Like, let's just get this thing over. Yeah.
Amy, I needed to pick up the pace. This is for a selfish reason. I needed to pick up the pace.
Go to Napa.
On Friday, I have a flight out to Napa, so I need to be able to make that flight.
Yeah, we were.
What time is your flight, Chris? Because I have an early flight on Friday, too.
8 a.m. Are we going to be airport buddies?
Okay. Yeah, we are. Mine's at 7. So fingers crossed.
Sean,
fingers crossed. Mine's not going to be as...
He was convinced, Amy, that you would be discussing on Fox 35 whether this would ruin Sealane's wine vacation, because this is of utmost importance right now.
That would be a fun. Well, listen, and you know what? If you can't get out Friday morning, maybe Friday afternoon. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Mm-hmm. You know, like our meteorologists believe the storm will be gone by Thursday at some point. So as long as there's not major damage, power outages that are significant, around the airport in that area, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. It's just so hard to know at this point.
What's the rule? Sealane, you might know this, or if Amy doesn't. What's the rule on wind speeds with the airport? They shut down at a certain wind speed, don't they?
That's a good question. I know for school buses, it's 30 miles an hour.
Oh, is it?
I'm not 100% sure on the airport. That's a good question. But at
Spirit
that point,
Airlines,
the storm has passed.
They'll wait.
Yeah,
I've seen Spirit Airlines land in what I believe was a Cat 4.
Oh God! So
so we'll go into 12 on, 12 off, and the way it works is that if the storm is bad enough, we basically bring air mattresses, pillows, blankets, whatever, and we plan to stay here. We might have to do that on Wednesday night because as of right now, it looks like the storm is going to potentially hit Wednesday night into early Thursday. So not safe probably to drive or go home in the middle of it. So
do you have
we'll see. I'm just kind of playing it by ear.
You have your own office to sleep in with this air mattress that's segregated from the rest of the den people, or you have to be in the den with the den people.
Yeah, and then you must have somebody on the staff, Amy, where you go, oh God, I love them, but they snore when we have these.
We call them sea lanes. That's what they call them around this building.
And
the other option is to sleep in the car. That's my other option. I might just sleep in the car.
No,
sometimes that's better because at least it's quiet. don't know. I mean, I think so. You look pretty.
You think the car is going to be quiet during the hurricane?
The thunder truck might be, or maybe the helicopter. Do you guys still have a chopper over there?
Yes, we do. We have Skyfox, but having slept in this building before during a hurricane, I can tell you that the loudspeaker announcements all night long keep you from sleeping.
Oh, that's true. Oh,
yeah.
boy. All right.
I know.
Well, we got a heck of a week in front of us here, and we want everybody to make sure that if you want to know what's going on with the storm, which I know you do, you make sure you're watching the crew over at Fox 35. And they have a team put together. They know what they're doing. They have all the equipment. Don't think you're some whiz because you downloaded a weather app. Let the people who went to school for this, who do this on a very professional level and are to be trusted over at Fox 35 help you out. So thanks for what you have to do with your schedule over the next 3 days, Amy.
Thanks, you guys.
We'll
I
see
love
on
you.
the other side.
Yes,
see you at the
fingers
airport.
crossed for everybody.
See
That's
you
right.
at the
Hopefully,
airport.
C-Lane, Friday morning, we can carpool.
Yeah.
All right.
My flight's 7 a.m. too, so we probably will run into each other.
Okay.
He's going to pressure you
It'll be
into
fun.
starting to drink at 8 a.m. You know that, right?
Yeah,
Just some
it
mimosas.
does.
Just some
All
mimosas.
right.
As long as it's some good Napa wine, I'm in.
Yeah, see? Let's go. LFG.
We'll see you next week, Amy.
All right. Love you guys.
There she goes. Amy Caulfield of Fox 35. Make sure you're keeping an eye. You want to see the best in weather ahead of this. The radar setups and everything they have at fox35orlando.com is unmatched. So make sure that's where you're going to get all the updates that you need. As you heard, Amy, they're going on to a pretty intense mode of coverage here as the storm gets closer. And when Milton approaches, you don't want to be surprised by things. So this is going to remove that element of surprise. Fox35orlando.com.
You got one more thing, Amy?
Okay, just really quick. So I just heard from our dear friend Dan Fanza, who you guys know, he's a huge fan of the News Junkie. He listens every day, and he was listening to our conversation. He now works at MCO. He says, Amy, there's no specific wind speed for the airport to shut down. It depends on when the airlines want to cease operations. As far as Friday morning goes, I'll pray for you guys.
Oh. Yeah. Thank you, Dan.
So we got
for you
prayers
sounds,
from Dan.
yeah, that sounds bad, though. When I say I'm going to
Spirit
pray for you,
Airline,
I'm
that's
like,
what I'm telling you.
ain't looking good. Okay. All right. Thank you, Amy. There
I
she
love
goes.
you guys. Bye.
Thanks, Dan Fanza.
We're back in just a moment. We have so many things to get to. A big change in the content on Saturday Night Live, and people were talking about that this weekend. We'll get all the latest on Hurricane Milton, of course, which is now a Category 5 storm, very serious storm. And a really obnoxious YouTuber makes the news this weekend. Why? Well, you're going to find out. I think you may just have a reaction to it. That is coming up next on the News Junkie.
Real Radio is on Facebook at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733. From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
There's bumper-to-bumper traffic on the roadways, heavy delays on I-4 eastbound approaching State Road 429. The on-ramp from Florida's Turnpike to I-4, that is partially blocked due to an accident. There's a serious accident blocking I-4 eastbound's off-ramp to Maitland Boulevard. Authorities are working on an accident on Alafaya Trail near McCulloch Road. Just travel with caution on the roadways. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We are connected internationally with relationships in the diamond industry that go back decades, sources all over the world.
International Diamond Center's owner Keith LeClaire explains how IDC always offers to beat anyone else's price on a diamond.
We buy direct from the cutters, we pay cash, and we just don't believe in typical jewelry store markups.
With his background as a wholesaler, Keith says IDC's business model is based on lower margins and higher volume.
We're not here to sell you something for a quick buck.
So it comes down to better sourcing and and low markups.
That's why we guarantee the best value price.
If you're buying a diamond, engagement ring, or any fashion jewelry, come experience a refreshing alternative to the typical jewelry experience at IDC.
We're here to offer the right price on every piece of jewelry that you buy from IDC.
Real value from real people.
We'd rather make a little bit and keep you as a customer than make a lot of it and lose you as a customer.
International Diamond Center, all 4 Orlando locations, and online shopidc.com.
I'm sitting here with Jeff Jr. of Trajan Wealth. Jeff, I'm concerned because we're in an election year, right? Which, sure to shake things up and all that. But last year was a great year in the market, and it's just not looking so good this year.
Well, yeah, the market is cyclical, and that's why it's a perfect time to diversify and lock in some of those gains. You may even qualify for an upfront bonus of up to 30% just for opening an account and up to 12% guaranteed growth for your retirement income.
Up to 30% for just opening an account and up to 12% per year, all guaranteed?
Yeah, and you probably won't hear many other advisors talking about this because they don't have access. I will say it's because of the high interest rate climate we're in, and this probably won't last long.
If you're concerned about what this messy election could do to your finances, call Trajan Wealth today and learn how to get up to 30% bonus and up to 12% growth per year for retirement income. Call 407-213-0000.
Annuity guarantees are based on claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states says Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Paid advertisement.
Racetrack's here for whatever gets you going. Like when you've been working nonstop, on the road and on the go like you do it for a living. 'Cause you do. Then there's the company softball game. Boom, you're there. Walking the dog. Pow, he's a happy boy. Coffee with dad. Definitely gonna make that happen. You've got it in the bag. Just one quick stop at Racetrack and you're still the favorite son. Because you've always got time to share a coffee with someone special. Racetrack. Whatever gets you going.
Go all the way and save. It's the Winning Drive sales event at Sutherland Nissan Orlando. Score new Nissans from 18.9 with no payments till 2025 and 0% interest. Touchdown at Sutherland Nissan Orlando. Home with a lifetime warranty.
VIN number RL 897631. MSRP 20,050 plus taxes and fees with approved credit.
Thinking about selling your home? Well, hold on to your packing tape. The Nickley Group can sell houses faster than you can find that one missing sock. Get a guaranteed cash offer on your home from the Nickley Group today. Visit thenickley.com.
Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Education doesn't just take place in the classroom. There are many ways children of all ages can learn about sustainability and the environment at home. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Earth for a list of resources, activity guides, and toolkits that are educational and fun for the whole family. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Good news. We offer HELOCs and home equity lines of credit with scores as low as 640. Find out if you're qualified today at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Frank Gay Services has something cool for you. Keep your AC running smoothly with our expert service. Experienced, professional, friendly, and speedy care that earned us thousands of 5-star reviews. That's the Frank Gay way. Visit frankgayservices.com or call for details.
October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. As the leader in identity theft protection, LifeLock reminds you to update your passwords. Using the same password across multiple accounts makes you vulnerable to cyber criminals. Updating your passwords is only one way to help protect yourself. For comprehensive identity theft protection, you need LifeLock. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes issues that arise. Start protecting your identity today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Coffee Shop Radio.
It's true, my bad habits.
Free iHeartRadio app. Search Coffee Shop Radio and listen now.
iHeartRadio.
Free never sounded so good.
New South Window Solutions. We manufacture, we install, we guarantee. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Riding the daily roller coaster of viral news from the front row. It's
a Category 5 storm and getting even stronger by the minute here. So we'll give you updates on that momentarily.
I just got an update myself.
What's that?
I tasked my lovely girlfriend to go ahead and stock up on food and stuff we might need. And I just got the list. And it is all food that goes in the refrigerator.
Yeah. Oh, no. That's not great.
And I go, we are going to eat real good for the next 2 days.
Just something to throw out there. What is the snack top tier list for a hurricane? I saw Bootsy Moonshine mention that earlier. What
like
are
Powers Out?
Yeah, Powers Out hurricane snacks, top tier list.
Vodka. And
alcohol is super important. You're just being real, and I'm going to be real with you. The alcohol is an important key thing. It might be S tier. It might be right on top of the list.
That's a given. Like it's a case of water and booze. And then I'd say a good bag of chips. And something, I'm just like thinking, what doesn't go in the fridge?
You know what was gone? What was totally gone?
Milk.
Made zero sense to me. No. Salsa. Salsa wiped out in the grocery store when I go.
Why does that not make sense? If you're getting a bunch of chips, you're going to need some salsa.
But you can't refrigerate
I guess so. I thought people would go more to the territory of Lunchables, canned foods, things like that. Maybe Lunchables, do they require refrigeration? I guess they possibly do. Yeah. So what are the top tier hurricane snacks so we can spread the word to everybody? That stuff is actually useful. It can be real useful if you're going shopping later on today to get prepared for Hurricane Milton. Send yours via dispatch, or that's on the website, thenewsjunkie.com, by the way, or at tips@thenewsjunkie.com.
Ashley just got an assortment of chips and all the carbs because I was planning on, breaking the diet anyway because we're going on vacation.
True.
So what better time than when the hurricane's coming through to just start crushing some chips?
You might as well. You think chips are number one on the list? It's got to be up there.
Well, it's got if you're talking about stuff that can be not refrigerated, it would be chips and stuff like that for snacks, and then you have to get to canned stuff or non-perishable goods for like a meal.
Somebody says Little Debbie's. I haven't had one of those in so long.
I'm not a Little Debbie's fan.
Me either.
I like Big Debbie.
I don't know much about them these days or what they're up to or what the latest snacks are, but somebody says ramen if you have a gas grill. Well, some of you are next level. I could see that you got the coolers and you got ice in them and you're saying, well, I want meat. I'm going to cook out. I'm going to grill. We're talking from a basic perspective of somebody in an apartment who's going to go to the grocery store tonight. What are the things that they get?
Or like me, because I have a hotel room for Wednesday night. So I will just be by myself in the hotel. I'm going to have to get some
starfish.
I'm going to have to get some, maybe some Star-Kissed.
She said starfishing.
I will be starfishing, yeah.
You could starfish with Star-Kissed if you really want to bring it around. It's a possibility. But
I think they only had like a two queen instead of a one king. So if I'm stuck with a two queen, then this one bed is just for my stuff. This is the stuff bed. This is the starfish bed.
Don't mind that. So let us know what you think should be on that list. Go to thenewsjunkie.com and send a dispatch. Or you can always, if you don't want your voice on the show, you don't want to send us a video dispatch, you can email tips@thenewsjunkie.com. If you want to be anonymous, just put that right up on top. This absolute loser, they call him a YouTuber. I don't even know if he's on YouTube. He was usually on Kick, was the platform that he would stream
accident?
on. Yeah. And the platform
Gross,
Kick is full of some of the most degenerate losers who are trying to stream the most extreme content they could possibly think of, as if that is something that could lead to a lengthy streaming career. The idea that everything you do is explosive and you're doing a police chase in your Ferrari or whatever it is that you're trying to fight people on the street, hitting homeless people with a shovel, whatever you're doing, right? You do it over on Kick and go, wow, if I'm just engaging in debauchery and degenerate behavior, a bunch of people tune in. You're not going to build a fan base out of this. The people who watch this kid, most of them hate him, this Jack Doherty kid, and don't watch his stuff. He's getting enough attention. But he was doing a live stream. He's in a, not a Lamborghini, a McLaren. He's in a McLaren. I'm not going to play the audio of this, but here you can see he's cruising along in this McLaren. It's raining. He appears to be driving too fast in the rain in Florida. If you were in Florida and not up in the Northeast, you know what that was like this weekend. He spins out, crashes the car at a good rate of speed. Airbags go off. His friend is bleeding, and he's focused on streaming still. There's blood on the car.
His friend is significantly hurt.
Yeah.
But immediately was like, hey, man, film this.
Yeah, he said, film this, and then he's checking his camera over everything. The stream is the most important thing. The stream over everything. His friend just, look at this. The car, I'll put this up on See It Now. The car is smashed. He smashed the car. The entire front of it is gone. It's destroyed this thing. And I don't know if that's blood on there, if that's just a paint job, the dumb paint job this stupid McLaren has. But
I think it's a paint job.
I think it is. He just goes right to filming more. And Kick says we've permanently banned him. But I think they've permanently banned him 3 times. And somebody needs to send out a printout of the definition of the word permanent to the folks at Kick. Because that's not how permanent works. Permanently banned would mean you are thinking this person is doing things that are bad and shouldn't be on your platform. I would think streaming and driving should be number 1 on the list of no, let's not do that.
Wasn't there some other body cam footage of this accident where he was like more worried about the car than
I think so.
other things?
Yeah, the guy's
like
a loser.
They wanted to pull him out of there, but they're like, he's like, don't hurt the car.
He's losing. His other bit is to go around and mess with people, literally harass people, and he hires a bodyguard. So when the people go to kick his ass, because that's the penalty for harassing them, he sicks his bodyguard on them, and the bodyguard pushes the person around even more.
Wow,
we're looking at
cool
things
vid.
that are illegal. These are illegal things. You can't stream, as best I know, and drive. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to stream and drive if you're actively engaging with the camera, holding the camera. You're not allowed to do it. You shouldn't be able to stream and drive at all. I would go on the record saying to allow people to have a live stream in their vehicle is so insanely more distracting in every single way than even texting. You're driving and you're watching a chat and you're engaging with them. Arrest this dumb little kid. Arrest him. This is no good. We should not be doing this. And we shouldn't be, streaming platforms shouldn't be supporting any of this, all in the name of views. Look, I get it. I'm in the world of content too. I get it. There's a lot of stuff that I think is good and, decent content that you might not think, but this is dangerous. And
what if you had a Tesla that was driving itself? Can we start streaming now?
Almost, as long as the law allows it. That'll be a different frontier, and we'll get there. We'll get there eventually, but right now we're not, and you can see what happens when you do this. Okay, when we come back, the next episode with Sabrina, what's coming up on the next episode?
What's coming up on the next episode? Oui, France has banned Terrifier 3. If you're wondering why everyone's meowing at Billie Eilish concerts, then we meow have the answer. Plus, not only is Milli Vanilli thriving with the Menendez Brothers show, but now that random NBA card is too. All that and so much more coming up on the next episode.
And that is coming up next on the News Junkie.
Real Radio is the Jim Colbert Show.
Today on The Big Show, it's all about Hurricane Milton. At 3:45, we'll talk to a Fox 35 meteorologist. At 4 o'clock, it's Alan Harris, the Emergency Management Director for Seminole County. At 4:20, it's the broiler, Brandon Kravitz. We will talk sports. And at 5:45, we'll end it up with a report from Tom Sorrells. Plus, your calls, texts, and talkbacks.
The Jim Colbert Show, today at 3 on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Cool Today Weather Center, cooltoday.com.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner with your Fox 35 Central Florida forecast. Tracking Hurricane Milton, located in the southwest Gulf of Mexico. It's about 2.5 days away from us, likely moving through our region Wednesday night and Thursday, bringing with it hurricane force winds to the Orlando region, lots of limbs down, power outages, and what could be flooding rains with 6 to 12 inches possible on already saturated grounds. Stay with the Fox 35 Storm Team for the latest. Out ahead of the system, showers and highs close to 80.
This report is sponsored by LifeLock.
October's Cybersecurity Awareness Month. One way to help protect yourself is updating your passwords. Using the same one for multiple accounts can make you vulnerable to cyber criminals. But for comprehensive identity theft protection, you need LifeLock. Start a 30-day free trial at lifelock.com/cybersafety.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help that often requires only simple maintenance. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello from A1 Garage Door Service. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. We fix garage doors fast and with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Replacing the bottom rubber on your garage door can have a huge impact on the number of bugs you see in your garage and in your home. Call A1 Garage today and receive the best service, best parts, and best warranty in the industry.
A1 from day one. Columbus Day weekend, Saturday, October 12th through Monday, October 14th. Visit the Space Coast in Cocoa Beach and support the National Kiddie Foundation's 39th Annual Surf Fest, featuring hundreds of competitive surfers in pro and amateur divisions, live entertainment, and fun for the entire family. Spectators are free, so don't miss out on the fun in the sun at the Westgate Pier. Plus, join us for the Taste of Brevard and silent auction on Sunday, October 13th from 6 to 9 p.m. For more information, visit nkfsurf.com. That's nkfsurf.com.
Mr. World here, just watching a scary movie with my eyes covered, which reminds me, my eyes are also covered by my vision insurance, and I need to hurry to Eyeglass World and use my benefits by the end of the year. You know, before they expire. Like that poor guy.
Use your vision insurance today to buy one pair of glasses and get 40% off the second pair at Eyeglass World. Visit eyeglassworld.com to schedule your exam online and for offer details.
Save time and money with the PVC fence in a box from Fence Outlet. It comes with everything you need for an average backyard of 120 feet starting at $22.60. Go to fenceoutlet.com today for more information and store locations. License numbers C10252 and C10803.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office Orlando.
October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. As the leader in identity theft protection, LifeLock reminds you to update your passwords. Using the same password across multiple accounts makes you vulnerable to cyber criminals. Updating your passwords is only one way to help protect yourself. For comprehensive identity theft protection, you need LifeLock. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes issues that arise. Start protecting your identity today with a 30-day free trial at lifelock.com, promo code CLAY.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do...
Let's play something, Grandma.
...became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
At Rasmussen University, we offer a full suite of nursing programs from pre-licensure to doctoral, online and on campus. Programs vary by campus. Learn more at rasmussen.edu/Florida.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Three best friends diving into the deep end of internet culture. This
the world of entertainment and beyond. Stay with the show all week long for your updates on the hurricane and what to expect from Milton, which is now a Category 5 storm. And also wanted to remind you that because of the storm leaving up, the latest merch sale is just there. If you missed out, you can
There's nothing we
go
can
over
do
and
with
get
it right now, you know? If,
no,
they're
they
not
can't
gonna
print it.
them.
Yeah, we can't expect that they'd be there printing a whole metric S ton of shirts in the middle of a giant storm. We wouldn't expect that either. But we're going to pick 2 of the names that will be on the design, and we'll announce those later on in the show. We'll keep doing that throughout the week until we get all of our names, and then we'll get it printed next week and shipped out to you. So that's up at thenewsjunkie.com if you want to check it out. Ready to go? All right, here we go. Let's do it. Let's do the next episode.
Because there's a lot on TV, you can't possibly keep up with all of it. Even though you should, because what else are you going to talk about? Nothing. Weather's nice. It's time for the next episode with Sabrina.
Hey, smoke weed every day.
Hold up. The next episode brought to you by That Mortgage Guy Dawn. ThatMortgageGuyDawn.com. That's where you can find him. Work with an expert, a friend, someone who has your best interest in mind. Whether you're refinancing, buying your first dream home, perhaps you're expanding your business, HELOCs, reverse mortgages, oh my, and everything in between. Go and start the process today by going to ThatMortgageGuyDawn.com.
Don't miss the boat, compare your quote with ThatMortgageGuyDawn.com.
It was a mere 19 years ago, 2005. This guy right here, I'm playing his band song, but I'm looking for the guy's name.
All right. Oh, Boy George.
Boy George is right. And on this day in 2005, Boy George was arrested for having not 1, not 2, but 13 bags of cocaine in his apartment.
That's a lot.
It's a lot of blow there.
Let's be honest. He had 15.
Sure. I mean, because there were activities before, so much so that he was the one that called 911 himself.
Oh.
It was on this day that he called 911 to report
Stop me.
a burglary.
Officer, I have cocaine.
It was actually saying, I'm being baggled. I'm British, right? I'm Boy George.
Okay. All right.
And it was supposedly because the male prostitute he had over tried to rob him.
Okay.
And it was at that point that they found the 13 bags of cocaine. And the rest is his story. As we move on, we did kind of move on, or at least laid him to rest over the weekend.
Richard Simmons.
Richard Simmons is right. A celebration of life ceremony was held for Richard Simmons at a cathedral in New Orleans over the weekend.
That's kind of a while ago, wasn't it?
July 13th.
Huh.
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
But it doesn't hold a candle to Casey Kasem, whose body, I believe 11 years later, is yet to be laid to rest.
Jesus, man.
Just sitting there waiting. It was July 13th that Richard Simmons passed away. His brother Lenny let everyone know that Richard was buried in his classic workout gear, which is very sweet. And just like Clark Kent, underneath his beautiful things that he was wearing, his clothing, Richard is wearing a tank top and shorts. Why, you ask? Because we think that God has another plan for him. We want to make sure that he's going to be in his normal costume that we all know and love to help the saints and the angels get into shape. Richard Simmons will forever be sweating with the holies. Up in heaven.
Sweating with the holies.
That's a direct quote.
That sounds a little gross.
I mean, multiple holies be sweating if you're doing
What if he
Richard
didn't like those clothes? What if he didn't want to wear those clothes?
He's like, it was the TV bit. I actually enjoyed a nice robe. Thank you very much.
And now you're stuck in them if you're somewhere living out in eternity and you go, son of a bitch.
Yeah. Some people
Why did they do this?
can't be laid to rest. It seems like every once in a while, but mostly as of late, the estate of this guy right here. It's not one. Tupac is right. And the dust still, it begins to settle just a little bit for Diddy, and then something else happens, that it puffs back up.
What is it this time?
And now Tupac's family has hired a lawyer to investigate Diddy's links to the Tupac death.
Really?
Oh, yeah. So as things currently stand, Tupac's murder is officially unsolved. Though there was someone, wasn't it recently, that was arrested? Or was that for B.I.G.'s murder?
It might have been. It might have been for Notorious B.I.G.'s. It was for one of the two of them, but I do remember this, yeah.
Oh, never mind. It was Tupac. So it was unsolved, although things took kind of an unexpected turn. It was a year ago when Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was arrested and charged with orchestrating the hit with the help of two fellow Southside Crips. One named Dre, who is believed to be the man who pulled the trigger.
And in Vegas, right?
Yeah. And the trial isn't set to get underway, but they say that now Tupac's family is trying to investigate Diddy's ties with it. Because as soon as he got arrested, things started to pop up. A lot of information, a lot of untold stories being told, and by the volume.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting how there seemed to be this floodgate that just opened. And when people saw that Diddy was arrested and wasn't going to be released right now, a lot of folks said, I got a story. I got one after another.
So surviving family members have now decided to take a closer look and around the circumstances of killing shortly after Diddy ended up in jail after being charged with a slew of felonies linked to the freak-off parties.
How do you think one does that? How do you take a closer look into a murder that happened that long ago? Are we now just talking to hitmen?
Oh, there was an interview with this Davis guy
members?
That police conducted in 2009 that claimed Diddy had paid out $1 million on Shakur's head. Tupac's head. So maybe they're going to talk to
has
this
a couple
dude again.
times just straight up put it in his music, accusing Diddy of doing that.
But now he's a grandpa.
Yeah.
And here we are, the Menendez brothers, another week, and more information about them. And if you happen to have that NBA card from 1990 of Mark Jackson, then you could be rich.
Oh, yeah?
At least if you can talk Lyle and Eric into signing it. Because that's
that would be big,
the desperation. A source over at the San Diego prison, where they're serving life for the murders of their parents. The mail includes autograph requests. One of the items wanting to be signed is the 1990 Mark Jackson basketball card. Basketball card, because they're on it. The picture on the card shows Jackson, the actual basketball player, and then in the back, mid-pass is Lyle and Eric sitting courtside. So this was after the murders, pre-arrest.
Does it say what they're worth with a signature on them? Because that's got to be pretty rare.
They do not, but
Do any exist with a signature on them?
I don't believe so.
I'll bring it up on eBay and see if there's any with a signature.
But how can you even verify that?
It'd be hilarious. Who's the basketball player on the card?
Mark Jackson.
Mark Jackson.
Yeah.
It'd be hilarious if you put up next to each other a Mark Jackson card signed by Mark Jackson and a Mark Jackson card signed by Lyle and Eric Menendez.
And that goes for more.
And the disappointment when your Mark Jackson card does not fare as well as the one signed by murderers.
This one is a Menendez brothers signed God bless Mark Jackson card. But is it signed by Mark Jackson?
Can they verify that it's signed by them?
No,
without
it's signed by Mark Jackson.
Oh. Well, that's still going for a pretty penny.
I don't know. I don't know if it's signed by Mark Jackson or them. It says Menendez brothers signed Mark Jackson a card, and it's got the PSA, professionally graded, yada, yada, yada.
Huh.
That's $1,000 right now, or best offer.
How about a priceless, isolated vocal of Perry Farrell? Now, we heard a couple weeks ago and saw, many of you online, the back and forth between him and Dave Navarro. He threw a punch at him during a solo. It looked very chaotic, and then they canceled the rest of their reunion tour. I believe it was like the first or second show.
Yeah. And people were super excited about the tour. They were really excited to see Jane's Addiction again.
Well, now a guitar and bass tech on the tour has posted Perry's isolated vocals from just before the big freak out, and it is something to behold. Without further ado.
He's in the wrong spot.
Ocean.
I'm not talking baby all action. No, I'm talking
Wrong spot.
all action.
I mean, what? You got to
What
give
was
it
the
to
wrong
the
spot guy?
It was probably
I
somebody.
think it was the tech talking over. Like he
All
kind of
right.
narrates the whole thing.
Talking into his like in-ear monitor, likely.
Yeah.
Man.
And well, it gets even better. Stop. It sounds like Yoko Ono.
These motherfuckers.
And that's when they start to fight. Okay, so there
People
you
were
have
really
it.
excited for that, Sean. People were so excited to get Jane's addiction back together.
I mean, there's something to say about
I'm
the
so
rest
excited
of the
to get them
band.
back apart.
Oh.
The band made him sound. I mean, that got drowned out big time.
Yeah. The
But
band was very
woof.
bad. Or the band was good. The band was good. He was very bad.
He didn't know where he was in the songs. He didn't know the words. He was singing words from other songs. These are not sound issues. It was full Perry the entire time.
Damn it, man.
On the boob tube. Monday Night Football, baby. The Chiefs and the Saints dancing with the stars. Soul Train night. That should be interesting. The 2-hour fourth season premiere of Superman and Lois on the CW. Election special for 60 minutes. And you can catch Hoda and Vampire Weekend on Fallon. Follow your dreams and me on Instagram at Sabrina Ambra. But most importantly,
Smoke weed every day.
Thank you, Sabrina. When we come back, we'll get into what went down on SNL this weekend. And perhaps most importantly, what's the latest with Hurricane Milton? Category 5. All the latest info, details, and news. That's coming up next on the News Junkie.
Storm coverage on Real Radio is brought to you by New South Window Solutions, Florida's only factory direct window company. Their windows are made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers, and they're guaranteed for life. Visit newsouthwindow.com for more information.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center, shop the best quality jewelry and lowest price. goldsmithjewelry.com.
There's bumper-to-bumper traffic on the roadways this afternoon. You could expect your regular congestion on Colonial Drive by the interstate. Heavy delays on I-4 eastbound approaching State Road 429. Slowdowns due to an accident on Florida's Turnpike northbound approaching US 301. And intersection backups where Vine Street meets John Young Parkway. Just travel with caution on the roadways. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by JustCallMo.com. Injured on the go? JustCallMo.com.
This is where horror lives. Silence your screams if you want to survive the terrifying post-apocalyptic world of A Quiet Place. It's just one of the terrifying haunted houses you'll experience at Universal Orlando Halloween Horror Nights. Select nights August 30th to November 3rd. Not recommended for children under 13.
Log on to realradio.fm/contest for your chance to win tickets to Universal Orlando Halloween Horror Nights.
Wawa makes the right handcrafted beverages for the right time. And now, handcrafted beverages are just $3 or $4. Jump out of bed for a nice latte. Take a lunch break for a smoothie. Or celebrate with a late-night milkshake. Wawa makes the right beverages for the right time. Now at an even better price. Get smoothies, lattes, or any handcrafted 16-ounce or 24-ounce beverage for just $3 or $4. Gotta have a Wawa.
Honey, I'm going to Wawa for dinner.
Okay, but Ben wants pizza.
Yep.
And Nick wants a burger and fries.
Right.
Oh, and the twins? They won't touch anything except for mac and cheese.
Exactly. Wawa has something for everyone for dinner, so I only have to make one stop to make everyone happy. So, what do you want?
Well, if you're going to Wawa, I have to have a hoagie.
From burgers to hoagies and everything in between, Wawa has dinner for everyone.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Premier Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Premier Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Premier Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 407-337-5569. 407-337-5569. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 407-337-5569.
This trial attorney Jeff Kaufman from the injury law firm of Kaufman & Lind. I bought a pair of Jordan 5s off eBay. They went through the authentication process. When they got here, something was wrong with them. I put them on and they immediately self-destructed. I contacted eBay. They said they weren't responsible. I filed multiple emails, photos, complaints. I didn't stop till I won. That's what I did for a pair of tennis shoes. Imagine what I would do for you. Contact me at whenyouneedus.com or dial 407-500-JEFF. That's 407-500-5333, offices Orlando.
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Sunnyside Air Conditioning.
Oh, hi. My air conditioner is blowing hot.
For air conditioners making a funny noise, press 1.
No, it's...
Try to listen to the whole message before making a selection.
Sorry.
For air conditioners blowing cold, but not quite cold enough, press 2.
No, it's blowing hot.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Well, can we speed this up?
Don't get grumpy with me, or I'll take you back to the main menu.
No, anything but that. Please don't send me back to the main menu.
Fine, but I'm watching you.
Bet if I'd called Frank Gay, I'd already be getting my problem solved.
But you didn't call Frank Gay. So, what shall we do now?
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When your air conditioner is blowing hot, you need a solution now. A helpful operator to guide you, all your options explained, and your problem fixed fast. That's the Frank Gay way.
If you're ready to pull your hair out, press 7.
Ah!
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do...
Let's play something, Grandma.
...became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The Hilton Orlando, Altamont Springs, and Twin Peaks Altamont present the Rockers for Knockers Car Wash. Saturday, October 12th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Hilton Orlando, Altamont Springs. Benefiting the American Cancer Society and making strides against breast cancer. The Twin Peaks ladies will wash your car with all proceeds going to charity. Every wash qualifies you for a chance drawing for prizes from Twin Peaks. Even concert tickets from this radio station. The Rockers for Knockers Car Wash, Saturday, October 12th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Hilton Orlando, Altamont Springs, 350 South North Lake Boulevard in Altamont.
New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman & Lind Studios. Why Kaufman & Lind? Because your case matters. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. The show that takes you from Skywall summer to Jack Rocket fall.
Jason on YouTube says he's got to go to HQ. We won't get to hear Japan. Well, little do you know, Jason, I've got that mobile. We can take that wherever we want to. It's very easy to get to Japan. Right now. See, I've got that set to go in the new setup here. We want to hear from you. Send us a dispatch. Go to thenewsjunkie.com. We will work in some of those in a moment. Also made mention that we left the window open for shirts because of the emergency with the hurricane. So if you want to sneak through, I probably will have to shut that down, though, if we get more than a couple hundred more. So that's iffy. But you can do that now if you'd like, if you missed out on that. Here's the big news. We have a state of emergency for 51 counties in the state of Florida.
All right.
For Hurricane Milton. I'm not going to say what they are, but just know there's 51 of them. And
because you can't pronounce all of them?
Well, it's just a long list, C-Lane. And some of them I can't. Some of them are a little tougher. When you get those Native American names that work their way in, you know what I mean. But it's most of Florida that is in a state of emergency ahead of Hurricane Milton, which earlier was upgraded to a Category 5 storm with winds around 160 miles per hour. It's expected to get a bit stronger than that, up to 165-ish miles per hour. And a lot of people didn't believe that, which is kind of funny. Yesterday, as I said on the Facebook page, I said Milton to Cat 5 in 24 hours. Nobody else is saying this is not a thing. You're fear-mongering. This is exactly what is being said, not by my cousin Joe, but by the National Hurricane Center. That's who's saying this. It's a big, fat, giant storm right now, and it's a Category 5. Now, the good news, if there is any in the mix here, is that the storm is supposed to weaken before it makes land. But here's what I was looking at earlier. This was the maximum surface winds, and it says the last pass from Air Force hurricane hunters is about as high as I've ever seen. This is from Michael Lowry, who's a hurricane specialist and storm surge expert. This guy, he knows what he's doing in that world, apparently, and he says this is as high as he's ever seen. We now have 160 mile per hour Category 5 Milton, but this trace suggests it certainly could even be stronger than that. Cat 6 territory, which doesn't technically exist, but, kind of. They flirted around with adding that Cat 6. I don't think they ever did it, did they?
No.
They said, we might do this to show people what's going on.
I think there were a couple people that said, hey, we should have a 6. And but I think
what's been the closest to?
They just couldn't.
This will be up there.
They couldn't convince enough of the authorities or whatever body who is responsible for defining the categories to add a 6th one. So they just go, all right,
Yeah, because isn't Cat 5 the amount of wind, but plus? It's just anything above.
So if you had 300 mile per hour winds, still Cat 5. It's just all in that. Hurricane Patricia, 2015, Eastern Pacific. Hurricane Patricia had sustained winds at 215 miles per hour.
Damn.
Which is kind of insane to think about. But that's what this says that I'm looking at right now from AS.com. I don't know if that's legit. AS.com may be legit, but that's what I'm looking at. And the Hurricane Hunter data that's coming back says this thing is really, really powerful. And it's got time.
What a nerdy name for it. It
Milton,
always seems to be the case.
Yeah, Milton is not the coolest name, but it could really do some damages. Gusts will be over 200 miles per hour before too much longer, they said. Sustained winds could reach 175 miles per hour over the water. So we're looking at top end around there, 165, 175 sustained winds. That's catastrophic.
You said gusts will be over 200 miles an hour?
Yeah, this is according to Noah Bergen.
Looking at the current Saffir-Simpson scale for 1 minute maximum sustained winds that would categorize a hurricane, the 5 is 157 miles an hour or over, right?
Yeah.
And the 4 is 130 to 156. So that's about 26. A range of 26 miles an hour. I would think this would, at 200, you would be a Cat 6.
Cat 6,
right?
yeah. If there was a Cat 6, it would, yes. If there was a Cat 6, it would be a Cat 6 if it did that. But, yeah, this is from Noah Berggren over at Fox 35. He says, shows the storm. He says, 12 p.m. Breaking. This is now a rare Category 5 hurricane. Max sustained winds at 160 miles per hour, moving east-southeast.
Look at that sucker.
The pressure is at 925 millibars. This storm is something else right now, he says. Gusts will be over 200 miles per hour before much longer. Sustained winds may reach 175 miles per hour at this rate over the water. And you only have to go 2 comments deep for somebody to say HAARP, H-A-A-R-P, which is the conspiracy about controlling the weather. And Hurricane Milton just sent to Florida and the crazy... It was a mistake allowing everybody to have opinions on things. It was a mistake. They should not
giving
allow
them
this.
access to say it publicly.
Yeah, like you should be charged per opinion or tweet, or something should be done here because really dumb people are allowed to talk online. And I, for one, even though I'm a free speech advocate and proponent, I do think we have too many dumb people talking about things. Very, very clear to me that is a significant problem. I can look at every comment section now, and I know where it's going to go. Oh, yeah. I know all the different weirdos that there are going to be. I know that there's going to be somebody who types first. There's going to be somebody who types fake. There's going to be somebody who types Trump 2024.
Whoa. Hold the phone. What is wrong with typing fake?
Fake, like as in
far
fake
as
news?
Real news being called fake?
You're calling out something you believe to be fake. There's nothing wrong with typing fake.
Oh, you just did you do that?
Did it last night.
You did this to the person who was with the conspiracy theory.
I did
it. The FEMA thing.
I did it. I did it last night, and you know what they said? HAARP. And so I screenshotted the part of the HAARP Wikipedia entry that says, HAARP is a target of conspiracy theorists who claim it's capable of weather manipulation. Commenters and scientists say that advocates of this and other conspiracy theories are wrong, as claims made fall well outside the abilities of the facility, if not the scope of natural science.
It's the boogeyman. For storms, it's the boogeyman. It stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. And
I go, don't type HAARP unless you can spell auroral.
Yeah, that's a tough one. It's a high-power radio frequency transmitter, and if you believe that this can spin up hurricanes, I don't know exactly what to tell you. I don't know. I know that DARPA and these other agencies have really, really advanced stuff, but if we could control hurricanes and you think that secretly they're using it to hit the United States of America, who does that benefit? That's the big
it
question.
benefits the government.
Of course.
Have you not listened to the people that are stupid about this?
Wait. How does it benefit the government?
More money to the border.
It doesn't help the economy. It doesn't help the economy. It doesn't help the U.S. financial standing.
See, all right, here you go, Sean. Here you go, Sean. You got to wake up. You got to wake up. Open your eyes and wake up. Smell the coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waking up.
In North Carolina, there is a whole big reserve of lithium underground, but people live on top of it. So they need to steer a hurricane over North Carolina to flood the place so that the government can
take the lithium,
get up all that land, and so make more batteries.
And what do batteries do, Sean?
And phase 3,
control,
profit.
And control the minds of the American people, especially in the red states.
Have these people not heard of eminent domain? The U.S. government can take land if they want to, if they believe it's in the nation's interest.
My dead body.
The conspiracies are always so funny because if you ask the person what's the goal of the conspiracy is the dumbest way ever to get to the goal. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, if you said, we want to get land, the U.S. government's secret mission is to get land in the Carolinas because there's a lot of stuff to make batteries on this land. You say, okay, so you think the most efficient way for the federal government to do this is not to seize the property via eminent domain, but to control secretly hurricanes and target them? And
Makes
then not
sense
even
to me.
Not even knock them all out in one fell swoop with the first hurricane that hit them. Just continue.
A little bit of lithium at a time.
But Sean, there's a patent.
Is there? Yeah, there's always a patent. Yeah. I don't like where the comment sections are going on so many of these things, but we can deal in the world of reality. What is reality? Reality is Hurricane Milton is a very strong storm. We're in a state of emergency in the state of Florida. Our friends in Rochester, they're hanging out with us. They're going on a ride with us, as Celine was saying earlier. We're now seeing people go to the stores.
For the Rochester people, there's a mix of...
vicarious?
Well, no. It's like, so some of it's vicarious, like, we never lived through a hurricane. Or it's people that have left Florida, they're like, nope, not missing this. Have fun, guys.
This ruins my Florida vacation for later.
Yeah.
But also, we might have to live with you guys over in Rochester. So
and if you're newbies, if you don't know what you're supposed to have, all of the TV outlets are out there telling you what you need to have to be prepared. Do not freak out. Do not overbuy. Do not go... I'm the only person in the world that matters, so I'm going to take every gallon of water from the Walgreens or the CVS.
Can I tell you that Ashley bought water?
Well, that's okay.
But the reason she bought water is because she refuses, even though she does it, she refuses to drink water from the tap.
Okay.
Well, I don't
you guys
blame
have
her
like
at
a
these
fridge
hotels.
filter?
Yeah,
hotel water.
We have a fridge filter. No, this is...
Oh, you're talking about home?
At the house, yeah.
Yeah, look, there's no problem if people get a decent amount of water, but when you go and the videos and photos of people going to Costco and they load up their entire cart with a pallet of water that they're never going to use.
Yeah, people that don't drink not even a drop of water throughout regular days, but it's like, now we're hydrating, baby. Enough for a small town.
Did you load up on alcohol? Did you guys get prepared for this yet or
not yet?
No, I need to do that. It's part of the afternoon plans. Take down the bird feeders. There was someone who popped up on TikTok who was like, go follow this guy. It was Dennis something. He's a meteorologist, and he posted a 35-point list of how to prepare for a hurricane. And I kid you not, the first 8 points are just water.
Water.
Yep. As wash all trash cans, big and small, fill them with water. Fill every tub and sink with water. Also, fill old empty water bottles with water, other containers with water, and keep them near sinks for washing hands.
So
fill every Tupperware, water.
My trash can and my recycle bin on the side of my house.
Fill with water.
Really?
Fill it with water. Yep. That's what it is. Fill drinking cups with water.
Hold on. Don't they have like holes in them to leak out water?
Nope.
So I fill those up with water?
Yep. Reserve fridge space for storing, you guessed it, water.
I can make sense of it if they said, hey, the reason you fill it with water is so the winds aren't going to knock it around and not going to make it fly to your neighbor's backyard.
According to this guy, you need about 200 gallons of water ready to go.
Jeez. This one says 1 gallon of water per person per day. Canned food and soup such as beans and chili. Can opener for the cans. Which I love how people say it's like, if you give people food that doesn't have the top on it where you can just open it up and they need a can opener, they're not going to be able to use it. And I said, if I am hungry, I am getting into that can. I will find my way.
Smash it into the ground.
Hell yeah, I will get that thing open. Assemble a first aid kit that says 2 weeks worth of prescription medications. That's a very smart one. Baby and children's needs such as formula and diapers, flashlights and batteries, a battery-operated weather radio. And if you're me, the one item that is on top of the list, besides a battery backup, for me, one oscillating fan. One oscillating fan. So that when things powers out and you're sitting there, you get a little bit of fan action still going.
Damn it.
That is key. Whoa, somebody asked earlier, C-Lane, what's the name of that battery thing that you use that you recommend?
Jackery it's a brand of batteries, and there are a bunch of these different ones. Do a little bit of research, find which one has a sale going on.
Mine's ready to go.
They pretty much all do the same thing.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, they're people
Does yours have
love
a flashlight on it?
No, mine came with a little light though, I think. I don't know.
Not only is it a flashlight, but it also has strobe effect, just in case you want to have a rave.
The one that C-Lane had all sorts of plugs, all sorts of outlets on it.
Mine's actually on the smaller side. Like,
is it?
Mine's like a little lunchbox size, but they have ones that are more the size of like
suitcase,
a suitcase, and those things will run your TV or your blender for a while.
Well,
Just in case you want a smoothie.
I've got a backup because our friend Austin, he hits me up yesterday. He goes, and poor Austin, he goes, do you want me to bring you the battery backup? And I said, please, if you don't mind.
Oh, my
and
God.
then I forgot. That was a mistake on my part. I forgot. And I saw that Amazon was here dropping off a package. And I go, sweet, Amazon package time. And then I did what was a bit of a Mexican standoff. Was I went over to the hallway and I could see the Amazon guy there in front of the door.
And you could see your feet.
I think he was waiting to take a picture of the package or something. And then I was waiting. The Amazon guy was still in front of the door. He was just standing there. He was in front of the door. And then I said, this is taking a long time. And then I said, oh, my God, it's Austin. I've had him sitting there at the front door, standing at the end of the hallway.
Poor Austin.
God, he was coming over. He looked like the Amazon guy. So, yeah, he brought over this battery backup. And whilst it's beautiful, if things get bad, just so everybody knows, the plan is for everybody to go to HQ because they have generators and we can keep going through almost anything over there, knock on wood. But if it's something that weakens down a lot, it has to be category 1 or less. I might do it from here. I think we're not going to be looking at that. I think we're going to be looking at category 2 or category 3 maybe. And if that's the case, we'll all be probably at the studio and we may even have late night broadcasts. Who knows? But he gives me this battery backup.
I think I'm the only person so far who has volunteered for the late night broadcast.
It's just gonna be you.
I'm here to do my job, but also where will the cats go?
You
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can't leave my babies.
No, and who knows what's going to happen? You just don't know what's going to happen with this storm. That's one of the problems.
That litter box can fit over here in the corner.
Austin goes, I'll bring it over. He brings over the battery backup. If I put that in my studio here, it would keep it up and running for 4 hours or so, keep the show running and streaming for about 4 hours, which is good. The problem is if we did that, I'm risking a couple of things because Austin keeps going, and hopefully it doesn't catch on fire. Hopefully this doesn't light on fire and completely explode. And I said, Austin, why do you keep saying that? He's like, no, this is going to be fine. It'll be fine. It hasn't happened yet. And I go, is this battery going to blow up in my house? What's going on here? So there is a level of risk. I do. I just bought new ones.
Good.
I just bought new ones not that long ago.
There you go.
It was one of the most adult things I've done in a while. I said, Courtney, we're at Costco. That is a 2-for-1 fire extinguisher deal. Would you like to get those? And she goes, yes. And then we got fire extinguishers.
Adult decisions.
I felt really good about it. It was a big day there. Milton is moving our way. The storms that we saw in the last 24 hours or so were not related to that. I liked this. Matt DeVitt, weather guy, he says, this is the best way to visualize what's happening here. This is Milton. And he puts an arrow at Milton, and this is the Rainmaker. That's what we were looking at yesterday. So those are two totally separate things. Don't think that we're getting some bands from Milton or that's what we're dealing with.
I wonder what it's like to be the Rainmaker.
Well, you saw yesterday.
We've been to dancers together.
This says Milton will be a powerful hurricane hitting Florida. This is from Fox 35 Storm Team. The jury is still out on specifically where landfall is going to be. Small changes in track mean big swings in surge. This surge looking to be up to like 10 feet or more just south of the eye. That's a lot, 10 feet of storm surge. Hurricane conditions are expected inland in the state of Florida. Impact of shear at landfall is unknown right now. What else do we have to touch on here? The storm surge, it could be anywhere along the coast, but Tampa is looking rough.
Just got rocked.
Yeah, like Tampa where you saw that. Every time they have a storm, that bridge, I don't know if it's designed that way, but the bridge that they have in Tampa, Skyway Bridge, just gets totally flooded out. It's not great. And this could be even worse. 8 to 12 feet. Some of these areas they're looking at for storm surge. Bad. So
I have
that's
anxiety.
what we're looking at.
How about you?
Hopefully what we have is this huge surge of power, massively from nothing, from a tropical storm to a category 5 record hurricane almost, right there on the verge of it in 24 hours. Now there's a lot of time, and hopefully Milton decreases in strength. Hopefully we see, it's been downgraded. Okay, downgraded again. Downgraded. Hopefully we can get this way down there, because if it hit us like it is now, it would be catastrophic. So hopefully everybody's right about what's going to happen over the next 48 hours. SNL officially turns on Kamala Harris was the motto over on social media after the show. Oh, my God. They're making fun of Kamala Harris. They were making fun of her drinking wine as she watched the vice presidential debate. It's kind of weird because the way I see this is it's a bunch of people who probably hate SNL because SNL usually comes after Trump supporters and people who are right of center. And their audience is mostly not those people. And it's easier for them to go in that direction. But when you see like one joke go at Kamala Harris, Saturday night's
Look at that.
Hell yeah, brother, they're
doing it.
They're
Never
destroying
make it.
the old drunk Harris out there on stage. Hey, they're not going in your direction. It's just not gonna happen. You're gonna know the Saturday Night Live is always gonna lean in one direction politically. I do like bipartisan humor, I guess I should say. I like when people are fair and you take shots at different political parties when warranted. So it's good that they're doing that. I think they always did that to some amount, but you're always going to find them leaning in one direction more than the other. Your dispatches are teed up and ready to go. What's happening in your world? We are going to find out. We got some Joker reviews coming in, actually. Let's see what those people say. Man, was that a dud this weekend. And the NFL says we need something to change immediately. What is it? It's going to surprise you. It's coming up next on the News Junkie.
Real radio is
The Monsters in the Morning.
Okay, it works, but are you like, are you into sex a lot? Are you sexually aroused a lot? Do you want to do it a lot?
Why, you want to take me to dinner first?
I know, I'm just saying, like.
The Monsters in the Morning.
Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
There's slowdowns on Florida's Turnpike northbound approaching I-75, bumper-to-bumper traffic on I-4 eastbound approaching State Road 429 there. Heavy congestion at the intersection where Vine Street meets John Young Parkway, and you can expect your regular delays on Colonial Drive by the interstate there. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Gatorland.
There's Halloween fun for everyone at Gatorland. Stroll through spooky haunt zones. Meet the Gatorland Skunk Ape and enter Swamp Ghost's Monster Museum. Gators, ghosts, and goblins only at Gatorland.
Blue Chew, it's there to help you out, guys, in the bedroom. And this is the performance enhancement you need. If you've ever been curious, just give it a shot. The deal that we have for you. Oh, I'm going to tell you your deal in a moment. You won't believe it. This can give you some extra confidence when it's time to perform. Blue Chew is fantastic. It has the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but it is at a fraction of the cost. And it's an online prescription service. You can do it right there on your phone if you want. You go to BlueChew.com. You don't have to visit the doctor's office. You don't have to have some awkward conversation. You don't have to wait in line at the pharmacy. It goes right to your door in a discreet package, and there it is for you to try. These are tablets made in the USA. They prepare and ship them direct to you, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy, and now it's your time to try them out. Try Blue Chew free when you use the promo code TNJ at checkout. All you're going to pay is $5 for shipping. That's it, to experiment with this. $5 for shipping. It's BlueChew.com. Use the promo code TNJ. You get your first month for free. Your first month for free. So go to BlueChew.com. Use promo code TNJ.
If you missed our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One. Las Vegas, make some noise!
Watch the best moments exclusively on Hulu right now.
All right, you guys are out for a party, I can tell.
See the biggest festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage on one show.
This iHeart energy is so incredible. See it all at our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu right now.
Another month, another high utility bill. You know, those old windows and doors might be the culprit, letting valuable energy escape, and money too. Upgrade them with Renewal by Andersen. At Renewal by Andersen, their energy efficient efficient windows and doors had the latest advanced technology, keeping your home comfortable year-round, helping reduce your energy costs and make your home more eco-friendly, too. Here's what Robert had to say just 3 days ago. Our experience with every employee of Renewal by Andersen was exceptional. The windows that were installed are better than expected. A big thank you. For the month of October, Renewal by Andersen is offering buy 4 windows and or patio doors, get the 5th one free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0% interest for 12 months. Some restrictions apply. Visit bestwindowsflorida.com for all the details. Again, that's bestwindowsflorida.com. Official partner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. License number CGC 1527613.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office Orlando.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Yes, I've got a leaking...
To leave us a testimonial saying how happy you are with our service, press 1.
But you haven't even...
For all other inquiries, please hang up.
Wait, what?
Hang up and call Frank Gay. We're busy watching the game.
You know what? I think I will.
When you have a leak, you need solutions on your schedule. A helpful expert who can find the problem and fix it fast.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 689-305-2853. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 689-305-2853. That's 689-305-2853.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do...
Let's play something, Grandma.
...became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This Earful of Real Radio is brought to you by crimeline.org. Give a tip anonymously.
I'm Carrie Champion, and this is Season 4 of Naked Sports. Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese.
Every great player needs a foil.
People are talking about women's basketball just because of one single game. I just come here to play basketball every single day.
Clark and Reese have changed the way we consume women's sports. Listen to The Making of a Rivalry, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search The Making of a Rivalry, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese, and start listening.
New South Window lives southern weather. We prioritize keeping your family and your home comfortable all year round. That's why our energy-efficient windows and doors are made, installed, and guaranteed for life.
Save 35% off. Visit newsouthwindow.com/radio.
If you've been injured in a car accident, call Pound Law from your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan.
Three best friends diving into the deep end of internet culture.
Junkie.com, and we did say those of you who ordered shirts, thank you so much, number one. Number two, we're leaving that up this week because we can't get them printed because of the storm. We got to wait until next week, so everything's going to be kicked just a couple of days behind. Thank you for your patience on that. You'll still get them starting next week, and we'll get everything all shipped out. But in the meantime, if you missed out, can go over there and snag yours at thenewsjunkie.com. Tips! at thenewsjunkie.com. And Kyle emails the show. Hey, Junkies, podcast listener here. You guys were talking about irrational fears on Thursday. Currently, my irrational fear is Milton. Just really high speed.
That's a rational fear.
Oh, that Milton just goes really fast over to Florida and stays Cat 5 megastorm. You were talking about irrational fears on Thursday. I have a weird one. Mine is whales. Hear me out, though. Imagine you're diving in the middle of the ocean for some reason. Okay. Nothing is around you but endless blue in the abyss of the deep ocean. Now imagine the largest creature on Earth comes swimming at you out of that abyss. That is terrifying. Its penis is larger than you are. They can F all the way off. Also F narwhals. Those horns can GTFO. I'll fight a narwhal, beluga or chill. They can come to the cookout. Maybe I just have thalassophobia, says Kyle. Thank you, Kyle, for the email.
What a phobia?
Thalassophobia. I think I subscribe to that subreddit. I don't remember. I think it's like it's Google thalassophobia, so I don't screw it up. I thought it was something about certain objects and the way they were shaped, or something like that. But I could be wrong.
Intense phobia or fear of large or deep water.
Okay, so that's just deep water in general. Deep water fear. Thalassophobia, is that how it goes? Yeah. All right, thalassophobia. I'll commit that to memory.
Sabrina just walked in. Were you out doing what everybody else is doing right now?
Using the bathroom?
Oh, no.
Everybody's using the bathroom right now?
There's no one in there.
Choreographed bathroom break?
Everybody is marking their territory here.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
I just
How does one mark their territory?
If you're Deborah Roberts, you write Deborah Roberts' room on a piece of paper and you stick it to the door of the green room over in 409 so that you can say, this is where I'm sleeping Wednesday night.
Right. That's not bad. That's a good move. We all got to go somewhere. You all have to stake your claim. Say, here's the territory.
The building's a lot more open now. There's a lot more. There's not as many offices and rooms. Not as many people have rooms, so that they got to start divvying up the conference rooms and stuff like that.
I'll tell you what. I would get involved in that, save for one thing. I told you on Friday, if you're new to the show, I hate driving. I don't care much about driving at all. I definitely hate driving long distances, but I'm a fan of a hurricane drive.
We know you are.
I like it. I drove right down the interstate in the middle of a hurricane after leaving one of the hurricane broadcasts one time. Just me out there. The wind's
you called me on the way and you're
around.
like, just wanted to say bye, just in case anything happens.
This is it.
Why are you doing this? Please
These are my final moments. And then I made it home and went inside, and that was my favorite drive ever. That was exciting. Only to be beat by what could be compared to, and I think I've seen it compared to this previously, around Christmas time. A lot of times you'd get in the car with your family and you'd go around the neighborhood and look at all the Christmas lights and displays that everybody has up, play a couple of Christmas songs on the car radio. And after a storm, there's nothing more fun than a stroll around the neighborhood or a drive around. You're like, how bad does it look for you? How bad for you? See all the damage that has been done.
After Charlie, we did that downtown and around the executive airport where we flew out with Loveless. Mm-hmm. And you get to see planes scattered everywhere.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, it's bad. There's bad stuff going on. Don't get me wrong. But, that's one thing that I always pick up from these storms. Barbara emails tips@thenewsjunkie.com. She says, I just saw The Joker yesterday. For those of you who don't know, The Joker was an absolute bomb at the box office, is not receiving very good reviews. But Barbara says, I loved it. I didn't care for all the singing, which is like 2/3 of the movie. But Joaquin and Gaga were fantastic. I have heard that. She says, I think it's going to be a cult movie like Rocky Horror Picture Show. That's interesting, Barbara. I have heard that people reviewing this movie say Joaquin Phoenix was great. He did a good job. Lady Gaga did a good job. She's talented. But the story was terrible, and it was a boring courtroom drama. And it was a hate letter to the people who liked the first movie, and it just wasn't good, right? So I don't hear people saying the performances were bad. I just hear them saying the movie was bad, the end result, even despite their efforts there. And we go over to anonymous emails, tips@thenewsjunkie.com. Please keep me anonymous. I work for a major insurance company. Here's a tip for your car. Go buy one of those cheap car covers and use duct tape to make sure your knots are tight. Also, take pictures of all 4 angles of the exterior and interior of your vehicle with a time and date stamp. This proves the condition of your vehicle before the storm and that you took necessary precautions to protect your car. If you live in a community with lots of trees, take pictures of the parking lot too, says Anonymous from one of the insurance companies. Not a bad idea there. And my email is melted down with people who are saying top tier snack for the hurricane, Pop-Tarts, they're saying.
Oh, yeah.
Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tarts is like zombie apocalypse snack.
Pop-Tarts are easy. Are they good, though?
I mean,
they're
because
okay.
you don't have to heat them.
No.
No.
But in that case, I'm just eating the s'mores Pop-Tart.
I rarely heated my Pop-Tarts as a kid. I usually
didn't
just
have time for that.
Raw dogged them.
Yeah, me too. I didn't have time to wait on some toaster to pop up my damn Pop-Tart. Got right to it. But I don't know if I would put those up on the top of my list. It's good, and people seem to really like that. So a lot of the emails were pointing in that direction. And somebody said one of the first things to sell out is not the water or the toilet paper or any of these other things that people buy. It's the Pop-Tarts. People going for those boxes. You could go a couple of days on a box of Pop-Tarts. It could get you. I might be able to get you through a week. You might survive a week on one box of Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, but then no toilet paper and Pop-Tart poop.
It's not going to be a good week, but it's going to be a week nonetheless. It'll be all right. The NFL union says enough is enough. Shut it down. We want no more of this. We will not put up with it. We want cameras out of locker rooms. It needs to come to an end. No more locker rooms.
Like post-game interviews?
Yeah, they say they want to end it. The NFL Players Association is now pushing more aggressively to shut down these locker room interviews. So these people's privacy is being violated. We don't want them to have to do this. The NFL's media policy requires players to be available for interviews during the 45-minute open locker room period on practice days. Under that policy, players have to agree to a media interview after games, as well as at least once a week during the practices. They're shifting, they say, that outdated policy. There have been a couple of dudes that have been caught naked on television during these interviews.
Da-da-dong, da-da-dong.
Just swinging dong in the background. And so they say, let's get the cameras out. And that makes sense. I think we could all agree that makes sense. It's a locker room. We don't want to have cameras in there. And this should go for all sports. The locker room is the locker room, and the media area is the media area. Never shall the twain meet again. I support them on this. What do you think? Let us know. Go to thenewsjunkie.com. Hit record on your first dispatch right now. When we come back, we'll do jury duty, including a big change for a particular group of people around Halloween. It's a spooky change for everybody else. What do I mean by this? You're going to find out. It's coming up next on the News Junkie.
Storm coverage on Real Radio is sponsored by Kaufman and Lind. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because your case matters. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone.
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Direct Auto.
Dak and the Cowboys rallied past the ugly Steelers last night. Dallas was giving Pittsburgh the game away, yet they wouldn't take it. Dak had 2 bad turnovers in the red zone, but in the end came through when it mattered. Like Kirk Cousins, Dak is a...
Get started. You can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today at directauto.com. Down payments vary. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Wawa makes the right handcrafted beverages for the right time. And now, handcrafted beverages are just $3 or $4. Jump out of bed for an iced latte. Take a lunch break for a smoothie. Or celebrate with a late-night milkshake. Wawa makes the right beverages for the right time. Now at an even better price. Get smoothies, lattes, or any handcrafted 16-ounce or 24-ounce beverage for just $3 or $4. Gotta have a Wawa.
Honey, I'm going to Wawa for dinner.
Okay, but Ben wants pizza.
Yep.
And Nick wants a burger and fries.
Right.
Oh, and the twins, they won't touch anything except for mac and cheese.
Exactly. Wawa has something for everyone for dinner, so I only have to make one stop to make everyone happy. So, What do you want?
Well, if you're going to Wawa, I have to have a hoagie.
From burgers to hoagies and everything in between, Wawa has dinner for everyone.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product and don't know what to do next? Inventors, InventHelp can help you get started with your idea. Call 1-800-INVENTION or go to InventHelp.com to get your free inventor's information. They can help you try to patent your idea and submit it to companies. Get started with your idea today at InventHelp.com. InventHelp is the leading invention service company. With offices nationwide, they've been helping inventors since 1984. Inventors receive more than 10,000 patents through their patent referral services. Don't wait to get started with your idea. For free information, contact your friends at InventHelp. Go to InventHelp.com or call 1-800-INVENTION. That's InventHelp.com or call 1-800-INVENTION. They help everyday inventors just like you. Additional services include invention websites, prototype models, technical drawings, and more. They keep your idea confidential and explain every step of their invention services. Remember, that's InventHelp.com. InventHelp.com.
October in Central Florida means perfect weather and outdoor adventures. The Filatowski Eye Institute has been enhancing our community's vision for over 30 years. Imagine experiencing our beautiful beaches, lush parks, and exciting theme parks with crystal clear vision. Whether you're watching sunsets at the coast or spotting wildlife in the Everglades, LASIK can make every detail pop. Schedule your free consultation with the Filatowski Eye Institute. Just text 1041 to 868686. This season, fall in love with your vision with the Filatowski Eye Institute.
October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. As the leader in identity theft protection, LifeLock reminds you to update your passwords. Using the same password across multiple accounts makes you vulnerable to cyber criminals. Updating your passwords is only one way to help protect yourself. For comprehensive identity theft protection, you need LifeLock. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes issues that arise. Start protecting your identity today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY.
Get your lawn ready for fall with help from Tools Ace Hardware and Steel Outdoor Power Equipment. Stop by one of Tools' 11 Steel locations with service and repair centers for a tune-up on your equipment. Or take advantage of fall savings on blowers, trimmers, and more. Right now, save $50 on the gas-powered MS250 chainsaw or the battery-powered BGA 57 handheld blower. At Tools, we service what we sell, which means you can bring in your Steel Outdoor Power Equipment to one of our 11 locations for any repairs or warranty issues. Tools is here to help with 13 locations in Central Florida. Visit ToolsAceHardware.com to find a location near you. Tools Ace Hardware, your local helpful place.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This earful of Rail Radio is sponsored by RC Hill Mitsubishi, Highway 1792 in DeLand.
If you ever need to talk, he'll pretend to listen. You're listening to the News Junkie.
On a case we've been talking about for a little while, plus the latest on Hurricane Milton, Category 5. That is a big, powerful storm. And some of these folks who are experts and are tracking this are suggesting this storm could actually get to 175-mile-an-hour winds before slowing down. That's a big, big storm. Anybody who happens to be in the way of that is in trouble. Luckily, there's only a small amount of people in the Yucatan Peninsula. It's a little spot of Mexico that kind of juts out into the Gulf. And that area is getting buzzsawed a bit today. But otherwise, it'll just be over the water. And it seems like it's going to be in a position of weakening over the next 24 hours. We just saw, C-Lane, you said Disney and the theme parks plan to close tomorrow night?
I think tomorrow at 8 p.m. is what I'm told.
So they're talking about being closed for Wednesday when the storm's going to roll through.
Also, Orlando International Airport will cease commercial operations on Wednesday morning in advance of Hurricane Milton. The move was made in coordination with their partners. We'll resume commercial operations as soon as it's safe, which better be Friday morning.
It says here Tuesday is when it's expected. Next Tuesday is when the airport is expecting to open back up.
Kiss my ass. Right.
It says, despite C-Lane's efforts, I'm just reading the release, despite the efforts from Christopher Dolores Lane to fly out of the airport to get to his wine adventure, we are not going to be able to operate under these circumstances.
Gosh, that's a bummer.
That's
and
rough.
I'm seeing an update. Anybody else who is planning on flying out or wants to fly out to Napa, more than welcome to, but Christopher Dolores Lane unable to do
That's
so.
brutal.
Even his lovely wife, more than welcome to go.
Holy cow.
She would do it, too.
She would abandon your ass in a second. She'd send you some selfies sipping wine in Napa Valley.
I'm with Amy Kay. Woo.
All right, here we go. Let's do jury duty.
Court is now in session, so put your phone down and pay attention before we call the bailiff over to whip your ass. You're now on jury duty with the news junkie.
Is this right? There's people saying, it is 175 now? Oh, my God. Hang on. Let me bring this up just so we're on top of things. Where's the latest actual report? See if you could find it, C-Lane.
I have it right now. You can see it on the stream. Winds 175 miles an hour, movement east at 9 miles an hour.
Damn. All right, so Milton is at 175 miles per hour. All this within 24 hours from zilch to 175 mile an hour winds, and that's sustained winds. Gusts over 200 miles per hour is what we're looking at.
Do you still have
That
the Windy app?
I do, yes. I have that somewhere on my phone.
I mean, it's just I only whip it out, of course, when it's around hurricane time, but just to see it, and they put like the recorded numbers of what's around, and then you can have a timeline where you kind of scooch it towards the impending doom of Florida. And the way that they use the colors, it's just even scarier than you can imagine.
It's a big storm. It's a big and powerful storm. Here we go. From Back Perch Weather. This is Category 5 Hurricane Milton has become the strongest Gulf of Mexico hurricane since Rita in 2005, attaining unbelievably ferocious sustained winds of 175 miles per hour and an extraordinarily low pressure of 911 millibars with a pinhole eye. This cyclone...
9/11? Oh, my gosh.
That's bad.
The government is doing it, guys.
I mean, come on.
This cyclone's pressure has now dropped 75 millibars in 24 hours, and his electrified eye wall remains absolutely infested with lightning strikes. Intensification still ongoing, so it'll get stronger before it gets weaker. And 175 mile an hour sustained winds, Cat 5 is what we're looking at for Milton. Okay, jury duty brought to you by the one, the only Mo DeWitt of the DeWitt Law Firm. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. 866-CALL-MO, 866-CALL-MO, or go to justcallmo.com. After an accident, reach out, and you will be in very good hands. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. In Missouri, a judge just ditched a law about sex offenders. And this was in favor of the sex offenders. You see, in Missouri, the sex offenders...
Not very common thing to do.
No, they won. They got a W, the sex offenders did. In Missouri, they mandated sex offenders to have a sign outside that says no candy. So you have to ID your house as being a house where those people live. It says in 2008, Missouri enacted a law stating these folks have to stay indoors away from children on October 31st. Keeping their outside lights turned off, and they have to post a sign to deter children from the property while trick-or-treating. Anybody who violated the law's criteria was subject to be charged with a Class A misdemeanor in Missouri. Yeah. And one particular offender was a guy named Thomas Sanderson.
And he fought for his right to give candy to little kids.
He did. It's a brave move. He was arrested in 2022 for violating the law, police said he had a big Halloween display and was handing out candy to kids. In 2023, he said he and his family have had Halloween festivities every year for the past 22 years. He said the no candy sign made Sanderson make a statement that he did not agree with. This is called compelled speech, friends.
The statement of having no candy because he had a bunch of candy?
Yeah. They said, they said you cannot compel people to make a statement that they don't want to make.
But what if you're a convicted sex offender?
Even in this case, the judge suggests you can't do that. You can't make them say something. Let's talk about the story we were talking about quite a bit last week. And I'll tell you, full disclosure, I had a phone conversation with the mother of this guy who's facing 35 to life for the car accident that he got into. I say car accident, but really it was more of an attack of sorts. He and his friends were driving down the road. He's going around 80 miles per hour, a little bit over the speed limit. And as he's driving down the road, somebody, I believe, purposely swerves into incoming traffic and smashes into their vehicle at a high rate of speed. Now, to me, there's the criminal. There's the criminal. The person who drove into oncoming traffic and purposely hit their vehicle, killed several people who were inside the car. That is your criminal. Lock that person up. Throw away the key. All the blood is on their hands. But for some reason, and I do want to reach out to the prosecutor to get an answer on this. For some reason, the prosecutor decided to go after the driver in the victim vehicle. And they said a couple of things. They said that there was marijuana in his system. It was the tracest amount of trace amounts. And it's clear to anybody who is an expert on this that would have zero impact on the driving ability of a person. Like this happened days before or something.
And why were they testing that?
Because
if he was hit.
After a fatal accident, I guess they test people. I don't know why they would test the victims, because this kid's a victim. Right. He almost died. And they also found alcohol in his system through a blood test, but it was well below like 0.02 or something. It was well below the legal limit. So,
but did someone give consent for them to take that blood test?
I'm not sure. I would imagine so, but I don't know.
That's against some rights.
This kid's name,
victim of the car accident.
He's 22 years old. His name is Joseph Perkins. That's the one we're talking about. And I had spoken with his mother about this yesterday. I can't imagine what she's going through. Your son is nearly killed by this madman. Then, for some reason, the prosecutor says we'll go after the driver of the victim vehicle. Then they bring up two things that weren't inhibiting your ability to drive at all at the moment. And then all you can rest on, if you say the marijuana was barely in his system and wasn't inhibiting his ability to drive, the alcohol was well below the legal limit at 0.02 and not inhibiting his ability to drive the vehicle, then the only thing you could say is speeding. Right. So if a guy's going a little bit over the speed limit and somebody purposely drives into him, that guy, in my world, does not deserve 35 years in prison.
And is it not possible to do the math that if he was going the speed limit, they still would have been just as hurt and the victim of this? Had someone not run into him because they were going the wrong way on the road, he would have very likely arrived safe to his home.
Yeah. Yes.
So what are we missing here?
If that wasn't the case, that this lunatic drove into their vehicle, 100%. It would be the case that they made it home and everything was fine, and it doesn't matter about any of this. But for some reason, the prosecutor wanted to go after this kid. This is the charging affidavit. So let's see what they say. I just wanted to add to this story. The mother, poor thing, will be joining us on the show tomorrow, and we'll ask all of the questions.
It's not
She'll be joining us.
Addresses or anything there?
I don't think so.
I didn't see any. I looked.
Not what I'm looking at here. So the mother will join us on the show tomorrow to talk more about this. Obviously, we'll have Milton covered. She seemed like she was at her wit's end. Like she was very blown away that any of this was happening to begin with. She had to find her son as a John Doe at the hospital, and he was nearly dead when they admitted him. And it went from that to he nearly died, barely survived, lost 3 of his friends, to now he's getting charged with virtually the same charges as the person who purposely drove into oncoming traffic to kill these people. Insane. On Sunday, December 11th, 2022, that's when this went down. Florida Highway Patrol Dispatch received a report of a head-on traffic crash that occurred on State Road 44 near Jesse Michael Drive. Volusia County Fire Rescue arrived on the scene at 2:23 a.m. and located a total of 4 vehicles involved. While on scene, fire rescue personnel pronounced a total of 3 persons dead as a result of their injuries due to this traffic crash. The 3 subjects were pronounced dead on scene: Alexandra Doolin, 21 years old, Ava Fellerman, 20 years old, Kyle Moser, 25 years old. Volusia County Fire Rescue transported Joanna Dillon for incapacitating injuries she sustained as a result of this traffic crash. So that's a 4th person that was injured very badly. This says, Florida Highway Patrol Corporal Tiffany Jatef arrived on the scene on Sunday. Actually, I'm going to pause on this, and then we'll get into the rundown of what the police said. And if there's any excuse as to why they would go after this young man who was a victim, I'll save this right here in front of me, and we'll dive a little deeper when we come back. We'll also finally work in some dispatches. We'll get the latest on Hurricane Milton, which is now Category 5, 175-mile-per-hour winds. Oh, a lot going on today, and that is coming up next on the News Junkie.
Real Radio is on Instagram at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
There's bumper-to-bumper traffic on the roadways this afternoon and gridlock traffic due to an accident on Florida's Turnpike northbound before I-75. The right lane is blocked. Traffic is backed up from County Line there. Authorities are clearing up an earlier accident on State Road 408 near Colonial Drive, and there's stop-and-go traffic on I-4 eastbound approaching State Road 429. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Yes, I've got a leaking...
To leave us a testimonial saying how happy you are with our service, press 1.
But you haven't even...
For all other inquiries, please hang up.
Wait, what?
Hang up and call Frank Gay. We're busy watching the game.
You know what? I think I will.
When you have a leak, you need solutions on your schedule. A helpful expert who can find the problem and fix it fast. That's the Frank Gay way. FrankGayServices.com.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by JustCallMo.com. Injured on the go? JustCallMo.com.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Download the iHeartRadio app and listen to thousands of live radio stations, podcasts, and stream unlimited music playlists for any mood or activity. Powered by City Kia, Central Florida's favorite auto dealer.
City Kia.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Good news, commercial and SBA loan rates are falling too. Get a quote to refinance your business loan today at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
With that mortgage guy, Don.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Premier Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Premier Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Premier Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 407-337-5569. 407-337-5569. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 407-337-5569.
If I was your mother and you had a drug problem, I'd grab you by the ear and make you call and get help. You can be in treatment tomorrow and start to get clean in 7 days. Follow Mom's advice and call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. Write this number down.
800-210-7907. 800-210-7907. 800-210-7907. That's 800-210-7907.
Is it a cold, allergies, or could it be a sinus issue? Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you find out. A recent study has shown that 45% of patients who suffer from allergies also suffer from chronic sinus issues that are often left untreated. So ditch those nasal sprays and over-the-counter meds for good and find a solution that actually works. The specialists at Aspire Allergy and Sinus make it easy by identifying the problem and creating a custom plan to tackle it. Go to aspireallergy.com to schedule your appointment. That's aspireallergy.com.
New South Window Solutions. We manufacture, we install, we guarantee. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. The game of magnets, taking over the world one terrible person at a time.
Through all of this week and anything that may happen with Hurricane Milton, always giving you the latest, telling you what you need to know. So thank you for hanging out with us. One thing you can guarantee is that on this show, it's not just about like giving you the news and giving it to you as it breaks. It's also about talking about it afterwards. So we get a lot more info out there when it comes to a storm. And that's true for this station as a whole. That's why I think the station is a great resource for you. And we appreciate you giving us the time. If you haven't listened to the show in a while, hey, remember us? We're still around in this space over here. And if you want
We're doing it, man.
Yeah, you can hang out with us every day and subscribe to the podcast over at thenewsjunkie.com. All right, here's the latest on Milton, and it's not looking great. I don't like the word from the National Hurricane Center, explosively intensifies with 175 mile per hour winds. Residents in Florida are urged to follow the advice of local officials. And the latest track has this coming over. It looks like landfall 7 p.m. on Wednesday. 7 p.m. Wednesday will be when we get landfall of this storm. You'll probably start feeling some of the impacts of Hurricane Milton. Maybe that morning, 7 a.m., it'll be off the coast.
Okay, I don't mind what I'm looking at right now, because if you see off to the right here, 7 a.m. Friday.
It's way off the coast.
That's when I should be taking off for the trip.
You should be free and clear. I don't know if this thing's going to stop over the state of Florida.
Unless that's too close to Atlanta. Is that too close to Atlanta?
I don't know. We'll have to find out. We'll get the FAA on the line and actually address the issue of sea lanes.
Can we also get the captain of the Delta flight that I'll be taking on the line? Thank you.
So, yeah, landfall will be 7 p.m.-ish Wednesday. So 7 a.m. Wednesday, you start to feel it. 7 p.m. landfall. By 7 a.m. on Thursday, the storm is leaving the east coast of Florida. And by that night, by Thursday night, it'll be gone. We won't be feeling the effects of the storm any longer. So To reiterate, we start to feel it 7 a.m. on Wednesday. It's lashing us 7 p.m. on Wednesday. By Thursday afternoon, it's gone. Out of the way, gone, not bothering us any longer. What's the other thing? Oh, this is just the wind speed probabilities. Not looking good for those.
I can't even see Florida. Where is it?
It's bad. It's under all this purple in the graphic. Ain't good. Well, tropical storm force winds all over for the whole damn state. And then the storm surge is still at 8 to 12 feet from anywhere from Tampa-ish all the way down, even north of Tampa, all the way down to Bonita Beach, down into southwestern Florida.
Is that all of Key West completely covered?
Key West is blue here. It's the majority of it, I think.
The whole island will be covered in water.
No, they're saying 1 to 3 feet. So they're not going to get nearly as much. The Keys will be so far south that it's not going to be as impacted. But the big chunk of Florida.
Dry Tortugas, not so dry?
No, this looks rough for that area. And all of these places on the west coast of Florida, they're going to obviously hit this first, but it's going to travel across. Our friends in West Palm Beach, our friends on the Treasure Coast, our friends in Vero Beach, our friends all up the east coast of Florida. This is going to go out on your side, and that's why we need everybody to be paying attention over the next couple of days. Okay, let's get back into this case I was talking about. As I said, the mother of this 22-year-old, Devin Perkins, will be joining us on the show tomorrow. And it's a story that's kind of perplexed all of us, I think, on the show about this 22-year-old getting arrested, even though he was the victim driving a vehicle that was hit by oncoming traffic, a person that purposely ran into them, we believe. They said, no, you were speeding at the time. You were going somewhere around 80 miles per hour when the accident took place, and that's over the speed limit. So you were speeding, and you had trace amounts of marijuana, which would have no impact on your driving performance, and trace amounts of alcohol, which are well below the legal limit. So for some reason, they decided to charge this kid who barely survived the crash. Florida Highway Patrol, this is according to the charging documents. Maybe we'll find the thing we're missing. Florida Highway Patrol Corporal Tiffany Jatef arrived on scene Sunday, December 11, 2022. It was 3:37 a.m., was assigned as the lead homicide investigator for the case. See, they're investigating this as a homicide because of the way the accident went down. Upon Corporal Jatef's arrival, she located several large gouge marks and a debris field and began...
Hold that thought. I think homicide investigations always show up when there's an unattended death.
Is that true? Okay.
Yes. So even if if you found somebody who had clearly committed suicide, the homicide department would have to come sign off on it.
To determine if it was indeed a homicide at all. Okay. So take my weight off of that word then, and we continue. While walking across the debris field towards the outside of the eastbound lane, they located a 2020 Toyota Tacoma with heavy damage to its right front. This damage extended toward the firewall of the vehicle, causing induced damage into the interior compartment of the vehicle. The left front wheel assembly was separated from the Tacoma, so the wheel came right off this truck that hit them. The severity of the impact caused the frame of the Tacoma to buckle. All the airbags deployed in the Tacoma as a result of the collision. And the Tacoma was the victim vehicle. Due to Joanna Dillon being trapped in the passenger seat of the Tacoma, the passenger front door had been forced open by fire rescue personnel. So this vehicle, this Tacoma, is absolutely smashed. It was an Infiniti Q50. Q50 is Infiniti, right? Yeah. An Infiniti Q50 was a vehicle that ran into them. The damage sustained by both vehicles was consistent with a high-speed, head-on impact.
God.
Based on the physical evidence, the Tacoma was traveling westbound in the eastbound lanes. That's in the opposite way of traffic.
Sounds like whose fault it is.
Right. And there's only 2 lanes on this road, only 2 lanes. During the course of the investigation, they were unable to locate the Tacoma's driver because the driver fled the scene after the accident. The driver got out of there. This witness also approached the Q50 and observed somebody named Devin in the driver's seat of the vehicle. The witness opened the driver door, but crawled out of the vehicle, they said.
The wrong way driver was able to run?
I guess so, yeah.
And the other car, 3 of the people died?
Yes, from what I can tell.
And he was drunk, right? That was determined, or no?
I'm not sure.
The other driver, yes.
The other driver was confirmed?
I believe so.
It says, due to airbags being deployed on the car, a search warrant was issued for DNA from Devin Perkins and one for the deployed driver's airbags to be tested, blah, blah, blah. The lab results confirm that Devin Perkins was operating the Infiniti Q50 at the time of the crash. That put him in the Infiniti Q50? Hang on. On Wednesday, they obtained a sworn record of the interview. During the interview, he said he was driving this car with his 3 friends. Okay, that's the victim vehicle, is the Q50. They go back and forth here. But that's the vehicle with these 3 people in it. They were coming from downtown Orlando from a place to have drinks. They were at a place called Fiction, Fixtion, on
Wall
North
Street
Orange
bar,
Avenue.
I think.
He said they had an early night, blah, blah, blah. They tested his blood, and it was .02. Search warrant issued for the Infiniti Q50. They said, based on Devin Perkins, here it is. This is the key part of this, okay? Based on Devin Joseph Perkins traveling at a speed of 30 to 40 miles per hour above the posted speed limit and driving under the influence of alcoholic beverages and THC, he was driving in a reckless manner that caused the death of his 3 passengers and serious bodily injuries to the passengers of the Toyota Tacoma. Even blaming him for the injuries to the guy that crashed into them on purpose. So they said he was driving 30 to 40 miles an hour above the speed limit and alcohol and THC. But I told you the THC was trace amounts and the alcohol was well under the limit at .02. And the speed was lower than that. It was determined to be about 85 miles per hour when the crash actually occurred. So this doesn't show anything that really changes my mind on why this went down. We'll have the mother tell us the story from her perspective.
And there was a trial already?
Trial went down. He had they gave him a plea deal. The plea deal didn't look good. They didn't want to do this. He is found guilty because, as Moses said, in the trial, they just go checkbox. Was there an accident? Were you driving over the speed limit? Did this happen? Did this happen? And then you find the person guilty. And the punishment for it is 35 years to life, I believe. So this 22-year-old could be facing 35 years is facing 35 years to life for being found guilty. And I think it seems very unfair. Yeah. So I want to hear from the prosecutor if we can, and I definitely want to hear from the mother tomorrow, and we shall do that on the show. The other thing that's held over from jury duty, I don't know if you guys are going to be paying attention to this or not, but the Sarah Boone case has officially started.
The hide and seek suitcase.
Yeah.
And apparently that's going to be live. We'll be able to look in on. Well, they must have a pause on that because isn't that in Florida?
Yeah. Did they finally get her a lawyer, or at one point they
They did. So I think after the 8th one that had left and decided not to be her lawyer, she was going to represent herself.
Yep.
Then she got another lawyer, and that's when the brand new defense of her being abused came into play. And the judge was like, "You're just saying this now? This was something you could have brought up, since we started this whole thing." And then there was another tidbit that she said she refused to go into the courtroom unless she had her hair and makeup done.
And there's national attention on this, which maybe she's feeding into now.
She seems crazy.
Yeah, this woman is wild. And just so you know, I wouldn't encourage you to watch it, but there is a video that she recorded.
It's messed up, man.
She put her ex in this luggage, or he put himself in this luggage as part of hide and seek.
Oh, she zipped it.
And she zipped him up, I guess. And he's in there, and you could hear him in the background. He's like, "Let me out, let me out." And she's kind of
like, "This
arguing.
is what you get. It's what I told you about."
And I didn't even know you could die that way, but he did in the luggage. So that case will be unfolding this week, and we'll keep up with it in jury duty. Let's go over to you. Dispatch time. Here we go. Rux has an update for C-Lane. C-Lane, this could be big. Milton, the wine adventure in California. Let's see what Rux says. Uh-oh. This is my fault, Rux. Let me bring it back here. Too many things going on.
Junkies, breaking news. Flights will be open for those to travel to their wine tastings. However, Christopher Dolores Lane shall be banned from travel.
Told you.
Due to the fact that he is friends with Sean Lawson, who has brought these storms our way.
Don't blame me.
On a second note, Jack and Mom have been delivered brand new selfie sticks so that way they can document this monumental trip. I'm out.
That's
Be
the whole
easy.
point.
Have a great one.
Thank you, Rux. Yeah, this is a little time away.
The whole point of this trip is to celebrate keeping our son alive for a year by ditching him and going to get wine drunk.
Hey, might as well. Treat yourself.
That'll be
It's just a
nice.
matter of whether C-Lane can get there or not. Not the FBI joins us.
Good day, junkies.
Hey.
Just dispatching about the Pop-Tarts. Yes, I used to sell the Blue Soda Company sodas, but now I work for the Big Red K and the Pop-Tarts, Cheez-Its, and Pringles.
Okay.
Pop-Tarts are very well stocked in all the stores right now.
Good news.
In the North Central Florida area. We made sure that we sent plenty in for Helena, and now we have plenty in for this storm. So please go out there and buy all the Pop-Tarts. Wiggle, wiggle, pop up.
Good time to be in the Pop-Tarts business. Postal Peisenberg comments about SNL.
Yoski Chodes, quick check-in on the SNL
Don't
topic.
spoil it.
The cold open was very funny once again this week. Dana Carvey reprised his role as Joe Biden. He does a terrific Joe Biden. I would love to see more of that. Jim Gaffigan again as well as Andy Samberg playing Doug Emhoff. I'm a fan of all these characters, and am just looking forward to getting through the election season with this weekly break of levity. Yeah, they did poke fun at Kamala Harris, but they also poked fun at Trump, Joe Biden, all the sides, everybody involved, as SNL and The Daily Show tends to do. They just poke fun at both sides, irregardless of them being left or right. Side note, if you guys have not heard the song or seen the video for the new Lonely Island video they dropped this week called Sushi Glory Hole, highly recommend. Go check that out right now. Maybe even play it on the show. It's a banger.
Sushi Glory Hole? That brings a lot of visuals to mind. I can imagine where they went with this, but I didn't see that just yet.
But all the top hits of theirs have to do with penises, huh?
Oh, it's true.
Glory
they do have
Hole,
quite a bit of that.
D in a Box.
Oh, man. Those guys...
Mother Lover.
They've been on SNL for a while now, huh?
I don't
think they're on SNL anymore.
Yeah. Oh, they're not? It's like a new crew of people that are doing that, right? The digital shorts. Because who did the digital...
Please Don't Kill or something?
Who did the digital shorts start with? When did those started before Andy Samberg, I think, right?
I don't know.
Shorts, SNL, history.
Yeah, I don't know when that all started, but that was a change for them because they didn't have a lot of recorded stuff. It was live. And they didn't do the fake commercials and all the other things that they do.
It was The Lonely Island. It says they returned to SNL with new digital short.
Okay.
But that was the first time in 6 years.
Wow. So they made
they're the ones that started it.
They are the ones that started the digital shorts?
The list of shorts start at, Will Forte, but Andy Samberg as well. Akiva
he was
Schaffer.
in the first one.
That was Lettuce, and then there was Lazy Sunday.
Lazy Sunday was big. I don't know if you guys remember when that just went completely viral. There wasn't a lot going on the internet back then, so usually just one thing went viral at a time.
I liked Lazy Scranton.
Lazy Scranton was funny, too. The Office version of that.
Oh, Natalie Portman's rap. I remember that one.
Yeah.
Her going hard.
That exploded in popularity. That actually, I believe, was responsible to some extent for the popularity of YouTube. That's where the clip was, and everybody started sharing that around. And they said, what's this site? And then it got more and more popular as a result of that.
But yeah, all of it seems to go back to Akiva Schaffer, who's one of the guys in The Lonely Island.
Man, it's good. It's a good part of their show now. Here's Elijah who's cool with the dispatch.
Hey, guys. So I watched The Joker on Thursday night. I went by myself like a real Joker. And it wasn't bad. It was confusing to me. And I loved the first movie. I loved it. It was just confusing. I got to watch it again with an extra sober mind and really pay extra attention.
Yeah,
because these edibles these days, man, they're like sedatives.
He had some edibles.
See you guys.
Hang on. Shut up.
That was like long legs for me. I was like, I don't even think that I ate that many treats, but I feel like I'm in another world right now. In the movie theaters with long legs.
I guess that's how we felt about Joker Folia Do. I'm trying to bring up the Rotten Tomatoes for this to see how it's doing. It's been collapsing. And might I mention, almost everybody, it's not been many people that I've heard back from who watched Off Ramp. It's usually, I think it's just been through the two of you have said, this person said this or this person said, has not liked Off Ramp. Off Ramp was good, okay, folks? It's Rotten Tomatoes are like 100% for that movie.
I had one of the guys I work with at Orlando City that was like, I watched the Off Ramp stuff, and you got to tell Sean, it just didn't hit for me. I'm like, well, you're obviously not down with a clown until you're dead in the ground, my friend.
I don't know what it is. You might need to know maybe. I don't think you need to know anything about ICP. I think you just have to like smaller budget movies like
Somebody
Bottle
texted
Rocket.
me and said you owe them $5 for that because
it's a good movie. It's literally got 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's a very good movie.
It's reviewed by two people.
It's not a lot of people, but
one of them we interviewed.
the guy who made it. Here's popcorn meter on Joker Folie à Deux, 31%. It's fallen fast. It's not doing fantastic. Let's see off-ramp. Off-ramp, Rotten Tomatoes.
And then was it the director that came out over the weekend and was like, I'm never working with DC again?
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, I don't think DC wants to work with you, homie.
11 critic reviews for Off-Ramp at 100% from 11 critics, which is pretty good. And there's not enough on the popcorn meter yet, but it was reviewed in a very positive way overall. But it's going to take a particular type of person. You have to like those kind of movies. If you do, it's right down the middle, home run. One more? We have time for one more? No, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we got a couple of emails to get into. We'll get to the latest on the hurricane. What's going on with Milton? Is it getting even stronger than 175 miles per hour? Let's hope not, but we'll check in regardless. That's coming up next on the News Junkie.
Real Radio is on Threads at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Klausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Klausman Law. KlausmanLaw.com.
Authorities are clearing up an accident on I-4 westbound near Colonial Drive. The right lane is partially blocked. Traffic is backed up from Princeton Street. There's an accident causing bumper-to-bumper traffic on Florida's Turnpike northbound. Before I-75, the right lane is blocked. Traffic is backed up from County Line there. And there's an earlier accident on State Road 408 near Colonial Drive. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Hemmings.
Hey, it's Mike Musto from Hemmings, the world's largest collector car marketplace. Join us October 12th at Orlando Speed World for the one and only Musclepalooza. Top speed drag racing with payouts, professionally judged car shows with awards, plus kids 12 and under get in free. Tickets on sale at Hemmings.com/Musclepalooza.
Guys, your partner wants you to do whatever it takes to make your sex life better. And Blue Chew is here to help. Just try it out. Give it a shot. Why not? It's only $5 for your first month because of the deal that we have coming up in a second here. And this is using the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. It's in a chewable form. It's a fraction of the cost. And it's a performance enhancement from the bedroom. It can help give men a little extra confidence when you need this, when it's time to perform. And it's an online prescription service, so you don't have to talk to the doctor. There's nothing awkward about it. You will go onto their website, you will look at what you want, and you'll get it from BlueChew.com just like that, shipped right to your front door in a discreet package, and it's ready for you to try. If you don't like swallowing pills, no problem. These are chewable tablets from Blue Chew, made in the USA, that prepare and ship right to you, and it's cheaper than a pharmacy. The special deal for you is this. Try Blue Chew free when you use the promo code TNJ at checkout. Why not try it for $5? You just pay $5 shipping. You go to BlueChew.com, use the promo code TNJ, and you get your first month for free. Check that out now at BlueChew.com.
This earful of Real Radio is sponsored by Shipley Donuts, now open on South Cimarron Boulevard.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 689-305-2853. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 689-305-2853. That's 689-305-2853.
I'm Jeff Jr., founder and CEO of Trajan Wealth. I was born and raised in northern Wisconsin by both my father, who owned a small 10-lane bowling alley, and my mother, who was a nurse, who did her best caring for everyone in our small town. My parents stressed with me that if you were going to do anything, it needed to be done right or not done at all. I later joined the Marine Corps, where additional values were instilled. Values like honor, courage, and commitment. The motto of the Marine Corps, Semper Fi, which means always faithful. The best part of Trajan Wealth? Our 100-plus employees who also embrace the exact same values. If your current financial advisor is more interested in selling you something or is more loyal to their own financial gain than yours, give us a call for a second opinion. We would be honored to hear from you. Call Trajan today at 407-213-0000. That's 407-213-0000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. As the leader in identity theft protection, LifeLock reminds you to update your passwords. Using the same password across multiple accounts makes you vulnerable to cyber criminals. Updating your passwords is only one way to help protect yourself. For comprehensive identity theft protection, you need LifeLock. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes issues that arise. Start protecting your identity today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY.
Wawa makes the right handcrafted beverages for the right time. And now, handcrafted beverages are just $3 or $4. Jump out of bed for a nice latte. Take a lunch break for a smoothie. Or celebrate with a late-night milkshake. Wawa makes the right beverages for the right time. Now at an even better price. Get smoothies, lattes, or any handcrafted 16-ounce or 24-ounce beverage for just $3 or $4. Gotta have a Wawa.
Honey, I'm going to Wawa for dinner.
Okay, but Ben wants pizza.
Yep.
And Nick wants a burger and fries.
Right.
Oh, and the twins, they won't touch anything except for mac and cheese.
Exactly. Wawa has something for everyone for dinner, so I only have to make one stop to make everyone happy. So, what do you want?
Well, if you're going to Wawa, I have to have a hoagie.
From burgers to hoagies and everything in between, Wawa has dinner for everyone.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Coffee Shop Radio, it's true, my bad habits lead to you, acoustic rock, and the greatest. Listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Join the show. Send your dispatch now at thenewsjunkie.com.
James, the latest secret shows subscriber. Unlock secret shows on the website. Go to thenewsjunkie.com and subscribe now. You can also give subs to other users if you want to do that right there on the website.
Nifty gifties.
Meanwhile, there was one particular athlete who had a very rough Sunday. I felt for this dude, and I know I've seen the video going viral everywhere. Gardner Minshew is the quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders, all right? And he was having a rough day. He was not doing very well. They end up benching him, which has got to hurt your feelings as a quarterback. They put the backup, Aiden O'Connell, in there, and the team ended up losing. But they said for a while he put a headset on like he was going to be taking part in it. And then in the fourth quarter, this quarterback who got booted out of the game, benched for the backup, they go to him live, and they catch him with his finger in his nose, and he's just digging.
Oh. Yeah, buddy.
And he's digging. And then Gardner, while the camera's on him, takes the finger out of the nose.
No, he doesn't. No way. You're lying.
Swear to God, on television. He moved his hand right into his mouth, ate one of these birds. Yeah, it's a little gross. He did that. I mean, we've all done it before.
As children.
Not on television. Not as adults on television. Tough day. Sorry, Gardner. That's not a good time, and I feel for you. So, yeah, he did 17 passes in the game, completing 12 of them for 137 yards, 1 touchdown, and 2 interceptions. He got sacked twice.
Yeah,
Horrible.
but passing that booger into his mouth is all anybody's talking about.
That's the big loss right there. That's the toughest loss of all. Meanwhile, after a long time of not doing interviews, Kamala Harris decided to do some, and with some interesting outlets. She is going to be on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert this week. She will be on The View and on the Howard Stern Show. Those are all friendly audiences, obviously. And she's also going to be on some podcasts, including the podcast Call Her Daddy, which a lot of people drew some attention to that. It is a very popular podcast. I think it's second to Joe Rogan on Spotify. A lot of people listen to this. This is this young woman who I believe started working at Barstool Sports, and then she gained a little popularity over there, and she started her podcast, and she started with this community of fans that supported her, both men and women, but I think leaning heavily on the female side. And then she broke off on her own. She said she wanted to make a little more money and do things her way, and she is now worth a lot. Can you look up Call Her Daddy Spotify detail or the Spotify deal?
Wasn't it like $100 million?
It was a lot. Like, it was legitimately a ton of money that she got. It might have been $100 million.
$125 million.
$125 million. Cool.
Across 3 years. Across 3 years, $125 million.
Yeah, for a podcast deal. But that's where some of these audience is not with the Howard Stern Show. How many people are even listening to that anymore? The audience is with the podcast like Call Her Daddy. There's a lot of people that listen. And to her credit, people were going, oh, you're going to do this interview. You're getting political. Her own audience started coming after her. They offered for Trump to come on the podcast, but I guess he either didn't respond or has not accepted yet.
I'm not calling her daddy. Everyone calls me daddy.
But if you're offered an interview with one of the presidential candidates, you got to take it. You just do the interview. And I saw some things where I go, there could have been a little more pushback on this. And clearly she has her own political leanings. At one point she leaned in and said, they were talking about abortion, and they said, is there any law that you can think of that has any impact on men's bodies? And Kamala Harris says no. And everybody who's watching says, well, I mean, there is this little conscription thing that I would argue would have some effect on men's bodies, and selective service and all these other things would have some impact on that. But overall, she did a pretty good job. She's just sitting there doing a little podcast. I don't mean that in a disparaging way. She's doing her podcast with somebody who is running for president. Those are the appearances this week. None of them look like they're going to be very challenging. So I think that still leaves things open to. I would like to see Kamala on Fox News. I would like to see somebody who she disagrees with and they disagree with her, asking her some more aggressive questions. I don't think we're going to see that. And they're not going to leave an opening for that, though. Tipsofthenewsjunkie.com. Gary emails the show. He says, hey, junkies, I've been listening for 9 years. Holy cow.
Thank you.
7 live when I work days, in the last 2 years to the podcast. I'm about a week behind at the moment. Just listening to you talking about nuclear power and submarines. I actually work for the company that builds our Navy's subs in Rhode Island and Connecticut.
That's cool.
Industrial radiographer. And I can tell you these things are much more impressive than you can even imagine. They do not have to refuel for about 30 years and can stay underwater for months at a time and longer. There's surprisingly a lot of information available on YouTube put out by the company General Dynamics. If you look at any of the videos, check out Lockout Trunk. It's pretty cool what that's used for. Anyways, thanks for the years of all that you do. Please don't stop until I retire at least, says Gary. Wiggle,
you
wiggle,
got it,
pop,
Gary.
pop. Thank you, Gary. We appreciate you.
When do you plan on retiring, Gary? That's
it's important.
It's a hell of an ask.
We're going to need to know that.
Gary is 19 years old.
Yeah, Gary, we can't do it, buddy. We just can't make it that long. All right, I gave the update there on Milton earlier, but worth a revisit for those of you who missed out. It's strong. Suffice to say, it's a major hurricane. They said it explosively has intensified. This is not me. This is not some wacko. This is not some internet person. This is the National Hurricane Center. And they have said that Milton has explosively intensified with 175 mile per hour winds. It's going to be a lot of people who are going to be evacuating, heading out of the state of Florida. Not sure what I-95 looks like just yet. But I would guess there's quite a bit of people headed out.
I mean, based on local traffic reports we've heard recently, it's bumper to bumper on I-4 and Turnpike already.
Okay. Already. People moving around, people getting ready, people getting out ahead of this storm. We still have some time, so do not panic. By this time tomorrow, when we speak, this storm is still going to be off of the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. It's still going to be way out there in the Gulf. 7 p.m. tomorrow, this storm will be sort of in the center between Mexico and the United States. 7 a.m. on Wednesday, these are the important dates and times here. 7 a.m. on Wednesday, about the time when you wake up, this storm will be approaching Florida, and we'll start to feel the impact from this storm. Milton will be hopefully a weakened storm at that point and not a Category 5 with raging winds. Hopefully it will weaken.
Update on I-4. I did just get a text from my friend Lulu.
Yeah.
That it is a parking lot.
Really
it has
bad.
taken him 2.5 hours to get home from Lakeland, which is
oh God,
not a 2.5 hour drive.
Shouldn't be, no. So just be careful with all the roads out of Florida or going any other direction than the spots where the storm is going to hit. They're going to be much more busy. 7 p.m. on Wednesday. So 7 a.m. it's off the coast. At 7 p.m. landfall for Milton. They believe it's going to weaken to Category 1 through 3. Hopefully it's at the bottom end of that. By Thursday morning at 7 a.m., it's off the coast. By Friday morning at 7 a.m., it's either way off the coast or curving back and headed around for part 2, Electric Boogaloo, so it ruins Sea-Lane's wine adventure weekend
really rude,
in California.
Guys.
I hope that you get to go, Sea-Lane.
I do too. I'm just messing with you. But it is going to be tight because this storm has to get out and off that coast.
Slip the pilot a 20. Be like, just get up there, dude.
Just pull the stick and fly. Somebody flew through the other one and landed in a private jet or a private plane. You can make it through this. So hopefully that's what things look like, and it's a weakened storm when it approaches us. But no matter what, now's the time to start paying attention here and getting ready. And that's what we're going to help you do right here on this station. Whether it's us or the other shows, we're going to keep letting you know what's going on as this storm approaches right through the thing. We're talking about Wednesday and what we got to do. Are we going to the station? We're going to be doing some extra live coverage so we can let everybody know how they can get help.
Oh, my gosh. People, stop driving in the emergency lane.
What's happening? You're looking at it now?
I'm looking at, I-4 eastbound.
I'll turn the microphone on. Let's see if we can.
It's not a ring camera. It's just a street.
That would be really nice.
People.
There's a lot of people driving in the emergency lane.
How powerful would it be if we were Kim Jong-un like and we could do things like that? Like turn our speakers on the interstate. Let's directly address these people. I would love that. Not yet. We don't have the power, but we can tell you through this thing. We got
that made
this
me
thing.
Jump. The fart noise just made me.
That was from my mouth.
That's what scared you?
No
All right, when we
sound
come
effects.
back, final dispatches, stories that didn't make the cut.
Almost passed out.
And today I learned to wrap everything up for a Monday. That is coming up next on the News Junkie.
Real radio is the Jim Colbert Show.
Today on The Big Show, it's all about Hurricane Milton. At 3:45, we'll talk to a Fox 35 meteorologist. At 4 o'clock, it's Alan Harris, the Emergency Management Director for Seminole County. At 4:20, it's The Broiler, Brandon Kravitz. We will talk sports. And at 5:45, we'll end it up with a report from Tom Sorrells. Plus, your calls, texts, and talkbacks.
The Jim Colbert Show, today at 3 on Real Radio 104.1.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner with your Fox 35 Central Florida forecast. All eyes on Hurricane Milton in the Gulf of Mexico, set to make landfall Wednesday night or Thursday on the Gulf Coast in the Tampa Bay region or south, bringing hurricane impacts to Central Florida. Inland areas like Orlando Wednesday night and Thursday with gusty winds over 60 to 80 miles per hour and what could be flooding rains. Otherwise, showers for today and tomorrow out ahead of the system and highs close to 80 degrees.
This report is sponsored by MD Now. Coming down with something and don't know what it is? Know now at MD Now. Their physician-led team can test for, diagnose, and treat a variety of illnesses. Just walk in or use their convenient web check-in. Visit mdnow.com and get back to better.
If you want to find out about a reverse mortgage, that mortgage guy Don can help. Rates are improving, and that makes the terms even more favorable. Want to find out how it works? That mortgage guy, Don, will get you some numbers and explain the details. Then you decide if it makes sense for you to proceed. A reverse mortgage can be a lifesaver, especially for people over 62 on a fixed income. Get a quote with no hard credit inquiry by going to thatmortgageguydawn.com. Don't miss the boat. Compare your quote today.
Don't miss the boat. Compare your quote with thatmortgageguydawn.com.
This is trial attorney Jeff Kaufman for the injury law firm of Kaufman & Lind. When looking for an attorney, I would choose experience. Do they care? Will they pick up your phones? I'd avoid the guy who sounds like this when he picks up.
I'd do anything for you. I got plastic wrap, I got a shovel in my trunk, and I got a boat at the marina. Next to this mofo.
If you want to hire a law firm who's willing to work this hard just to do a commercial, contact us at whenyouneedus.com or dial 407-500-JEFF. That's 407-500-5333. Offices, Orlando.
Download the iHeartRadio app and listen to thousands of live radio stations, podcasts, and stream unlimited music playlists for any mood or activity. Powered by City Kia, Central Florida's favorite auto dealer.
City Kia.
Taking an antidepressant but still dealing with stress, mood swings, and trouble sleeping? Maybe your depression medication isn't working as well as it could. Find out by taking part in a clinical research study. Compensation is available to those who qualify and enroll. Call CNS Healthcare at 407-425-5100 or go to cnshealthcare.com to schedule an assessment for more on this depression research study for people who aren't satisfied with their current depression medication. That's cnshealthcare.com.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product and don't know what to do next? Inventors, InventHelp can help you get started with your idea. Call 1-800-INVENTION or go to inventhelp.com to get your free inventor's information. They can help you try to patent your idea and submit it to companies. Get started with your idea today at inventhelp.com. InventHelp is the leading invention service company. With offices nationwide, they've been helping inventors since 1984. Inventors received more than 10,000 patents through their patent referral services. Don't wait to get started with your idea. For free information, contact your friends at InventHelp. Go to inventhelp.com or call 1-800-INVENTION. That's inventhelp.com or call 1-800-INVENTION. They help everyday inventors just like you. Additional services include invention websites, prototype models, technical drawings, and more. They keep your idea confidential and explain every step of their invention services. Remember, that's inventhelp.com. InventHelp.com.
How long have you been thinking about going solar? With power bills soaring higher and higher than ever, it's time to think about what you can save instead of what you're spending. Each year you wait, you could be losing thousands. This year alone, prices have jumped over 10%. Isn't it time you own your own power or solar source? With over 40 years in business, Solar Source has over 60,000 installations right here in Central Florida. They've had the same phone number since 1984. It's no wonder this company is the one I trust. I started with a pool heater solar, and now I'm thrilled that Solar Source has a pay-as-you-go system. I can save monthly, and it starts at $99. That's solarsource.com/monsters.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change-outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
I guess, going into International Diamond Center and them getting to know me personally and finding out that I am a nurse, a first responder, they offered a gracious discount. So definitely helped with my purchase.
Meet Crystal Caban, Air Force veteran and now critical care nurse. She's happily wearing several pieces of jewelry from IDC.
Knowing that I'm not coming in to spend a lot of money, just knowing that they're supportive with the first responders and getting a discount really helped entice me in making my purchase.
At IDC, we roll out the red carpet for heroes in uniform like Crystal every day. With personalized service and a 15% discount over and above IDC's everyday unbeatable price.
I felt so warmed and welcomed, and that's just what kept us coming back again and again.
Are you a first-time responder or veteran? Join Crystal and countless others who've made International Diamond Center their home for jewelry.
Hi, I'm Crystal Caban. I would highly recommend International Diamond Center to any first responder.
International Diamond Center.
They will absolutely take care of you. I promise you that.
3 convenient Orlando locations.
Buying a house or selling yours? The Nickley Group makes it as easy as ABC. And 1, 2... Oh, and fast, too, because the Nickley Group can get a guaranteed cash offer on your home today. Just visit thenickley.com.
New South Window lives southern weather, and our products are designed to keep the intense heat out and the cool air in. We prioritize keeping your family and your home comfortable all year round. That's why our energy-efficient windows and doors are made, installed, and guaranteed for life.
For a limited time only, save 35% off on New South windows and doors. Visit newsouthwindow.com/radio to learn more.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations for you to explore right now, like Coffee Shop Radio.
Bad habits lead to you. Yeah, they were all yellow.
Just search Coffee Shop Radio and listen now on your free iHeart app. Free?
Florida.
Home of the world-famous Game of Magnets. This is...
And today I learned to wrap everything up for a Monday. Big week on deck as we watch Hurricane Milton, currently at a Category 5, 175-mile-an-hour winds. We'll do a final check-in with that in just a moment. Sealand was saying that the roads, or Sabrina had somebody texting saying that the roads weren't looking good. And then Sealand brought up one of the feeds I was just looking at. Oh, buddy.
Yeah.
Look at that.
One direction, nice and smooth. No problems at all.
It is buffering, but when it stops, unbuffers.
When it buffers itself.
It will still be like the same. Like it is a parking lot. The cars are still.
Stop to a crawl on one direction on I-4, which I'm going to guess is heading east and out of the area. So just know that if you're, oh, God, look at that.
Holy moly.
The traffic map is just right there. Okay.
These are all cameras that I can look at.
Those are all the cameras. Okay. Because that's not like, I thought they were red for a second, showing that all those
great
were.
For the local economy, isn't it?
You got everybody fleeing is what's happening. So if you're going on I-4 eastbound, it's going to be very, 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 very slow, especially around drive time, right? You're going to see that slowed down today and even worse tomorrow. There it is right there. It's a lot of cars going in one direction right there on I-4. And then I'm imagining when you meet with I-95.
Look at this guy on the right.
Oh, what's he getting into?
Dude, start backing around now. Turn around now, dude.
You know how much he is cursing as he goes around that curve and realizes he's going to be stuck on I-4.
Yeah, these are the folks who are pulling on to join the rest of the traffic headed east, and it's just a mess. It's going to be worse, I think, in the next couple of days there, but there's a lot of people who are almost at a standstill. And if you're hanging out with us, well, thanks for doing that.
Yes.
Appreciate you. We'll be with you, and then there'll be a show after us, and then on we go. Here locally, you'll have the Jim Colbert Show, keeping you up to date with what's happening here in just a couple of minutes. Tips at thenewsjunkie.com, a couple of emails on the way out. This one's for you, C-Lane. It says, my name is Chris. I'm a flight attendant. C-Lane should expect delays because flight attendants are stranded all over the Southeast, either because of airport closures or because they're prepping for the storm.
Well, yeah. Get to work, flight attendants. You should. We're going to sleep at work. You should sleep at work too.
Be patient. Once you get to Atlanta, Delta will have significantly more resources available, says Chris. Kevin says, hi, Sean, Sabrina, and C-Lane. I've been listening to the show since the beginning. I've talked live with you guys during Irma when my parents had a house in the Keys. I now live in St. Pete and will be riding out the storm. I'm in a very safe, solid, 2-story concrete house in Zone B, about 15 feet above sea level. If you guys end up doing a storm coverage show, I'd be happy to document or Zoom coverage or set up a stream with my cameras outside. I also have a generator powering my entire home. I'd love to share my experience with all of you.
Hunkering down.
Let me know your thoughts. Thanks. Love the show. Yeah, if you want to set something like that up that we could tune into during any of the live streams that we're doing.
That's I-75 northbound now.
Oh, they're all bad.
Southbound's
folks.
a breeze. The people want to go towards the cone of destruction.
Yeah,
don't call it death.
Everybody heading away from the storm. Roads are going to be very, very backed up like that. But yeah, I like that. I like that idea. So thank you. Do that. Set that up. Anybody could do that. If you are in a spot where the storm is going to be particularly heavy and you want to share live footage with us, you can either send in video dispatches or you can set up something. We'll connect with you and we'll show everybody what's going on.
If my power goes out, but my bird feeder is on Wi-Fi, I can connect it to my phone.
I was going to ask if you were going to keep the bird cam up or not?
I think I might keep it up it might fall down eventually, but it's going to be some interesting footage.
Yeah, you could catch some cool stuff.
And what if a cardinal still ends up going to get some feed at 175 mile per hour winds?
All right, let's do, as you might imagine, the final dispatch.
These are the final dispatches, but Sean will probably only play one.
Maybe. Who knows? Possibilities are almost endless. We'll go to this one first. Here's Ozman talking about I-95.
I-95 right now, at least in Brevard County, is southbound. Is pretty congested. It looks like they're moving about 40 miles an hour consistently.
Yeah? What about northbound?
I'm going north. It's not as bad, but we're still only averaging about 70 between all three lanes.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I don't know why people would be going more south than north, but it is what it is.
Well, right now, it's really, it could go either way. We don't know if the storm is going to go south, it's going to go right through the middle of the center of Florida, or it's going to go north again. Any way it goes, it's going to be bad. It's the bad part about this. Somebody has to get hit unless it just decides to stop, which the science doesn't look like it's on that side.
I-95 doesn't look that bad. Let's take a look
gander.
I-95.
All right.
Oh, yeah, it's moving. That's not too bad. This is both directions here.
Right.
And there's not a lot of backups.
This is looking north, so the right side is north. So there's more people, but they're moving faster than those I-75 people were.
Yeah, everyone's going to travel that way.
It's not so bad right now on I-95, it looks like, but it could get a whole lot worse as more people decide to evacuate. Last one. Here's Bart versus Bill Gates with a dispatch.
Hey guys, to me, the thing I find the most sad about this whole Joker 2 movie is the fact that we have this Joker 2 movie that opened at $30 million. Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, there's a full Batgirl movie that is completely erased from existence.
True. They never even released that one. They canned the whole thing for a tax write-off. Okay, the stories that didn't make the cut brought to you by Central Family Moving and Storage.
Go with them. They will forget the stress. You move with the best. That's what they do. They will make you stress-free during your moving time because they are going to take all of that heavy stuff and get it done for you. So book your quote today at centomoving.com, CENTO moving.com.
NASCAR had a big crash, the biggest crash in history, wiped out almost the entire field, 28 cars involved at Talladega. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's do Today I Learned.
The following information may make you feel smarter, but will not actually increase your IQ. So don't get cocky. Now it's time for what we call Today I Learned.
It is Today I Learned for Monday, October 5th, 2024. Today I learned this guy. Spider-Man is right. Spider-Man 2, Enter Electro, was a video game that was supposed to be released, but it had some references to 9/11, the World Trade Center, and all that stuff, and it was supposed to be released on September 18th, so it was a no-go. Today I learned this group.
The Imagine Dragons.
That is correct. 3 of the 4 members of the Imagine Dragons are named Daniel. Wayne Sermon, one of the guys, his real first name is Daniel too. So 3 out of the 4 dudes are named Daniel. 74 million albums sold, 65 million digital songs worldwide. Here they are talking about Thunders, so it works on the way out. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We do appreciate it. We're back tomorrow, same time, same place. Be safe, everybody. Hit the podcast at the